Yep.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock, so let's make a start. Welcome to today's planning meeting of the 13th of November. I would like to welcome members of the public, councillors and officers to this meeting, and I call upon the clerk who will advise how the meeting will be run this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Please note that we are live streaming this meeting via the Council's YouTube channel to encourage more people to engage in our public meetings. The proceedings of the meeting will also be recorded. Please can I remind everyone to use their microphones when speaking and turn them off when finished. Please can attendees in person refrain from watching the live stream, as this will cause interference for our viewers. In accordance with the Constitution, members of the public who have registered to speak will be permitted to do so when invited by Madam Chairman. I have confirmed those entitled to speak. We are not expecting any fire alarm testing today. In the event of an evacuation, you will hear a recorded message requesting you to evacuate the building. Please leave by the nearest exit. The Riviera Centre staff will assist you. Once outside the building, please assemble in front of the tennis courts to the seaward side of the building. Please also ensure that your mobile phones and iPads are turned to silent. Each application will be dealt with in the following order. The Planning Officer will present the submitted application and will outline the proposed recommendation in full. Any speakers registered to speak on the application will be invited to address the committee, and this will be taken in the following order. Speakers against, neighbourhood forum representatives, any councillors who are not members of the committee, followed by speakers in support of the application. All speakers will have a maximum of 5 minutes each to address the meeting. This will be followed by questions from members and responses from the Planning Officer. Once questions from the committee have concluded, Madam Chairman will open the application for debate. At the conclusion of the debate, Madam Chairman will seek a proposer and seconder for the application. The proposal must be in full and include all information, such as conditions or reasons. Madam Chairman will then confirm with the Planning Officer if they wish to enter into a period of summing up before taking the vote on the proposal. Members, if at any point you leave the meeting for any reason during the consideration of an application, you will be unable to vote on that application. I will now hand the chairing of the meeting to Madam Chairman, Councillor Jackie Thomas.
Thank you. Clerk, are there any apologies or updates to the membership of the committee?
Madam Chairman, I wish to report that Councillor Cowell sends his apologies, and in addition, given the change in political membership and in accordance with the wishes of the Conservative group, Councillor Barbara Lewis and Councillor Martin Brooke are substituting in respect of the 2 Conservative vacancies on the Planning Committee.
Thank you. Minutes. To confirm as a correct record of the minutes of the meeting of this committee held on the 16th of October 2023, is there a proposer, please? Councillor Billings. And a seconder? Councillor Tolshard. All those in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. A declaration of interest. Do any members of the Planning Committee have any pecuniary or non-pecuniary interests on any of the items on today's agenda? Please raise your hand. Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My Cabinet role means that, amongst other things, I'm responsible for transport. Item 5 on today's agenda, the consideration of a station at Edginswell, comes within my area of portfolio responsibilities, so I won't be voting on that application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And do any officers have any pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest on any of the items on today's agenda, please? Okay, that's a no, thank you. Are there any urgent items?
Madam Chairman, not that I'm aware of.
Thank you very much. In that case, we will move straight to item 5, and that is to consider an application for the railway corridor Edginswell Railway Station, which is off Newton Road, Torquay. The clerk has confirmed those who have registered to speak upon entry to the meeting. I will therefore ask Mr. Scott Jones to introduce the application, please. Thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. So the application seeks full planning permission for a new railway station with associated infrastructure and pedestrian access. So the site is land adjacent to Riviera Way and Newton Road, as identified in the red line on the slide. That encompasses approximately 175 metres of rail land, areas of adjacent embankments, and a section of council-owned green space that sits adjacent to the Newton Road. The site also includes a linear strip of highway verge, adjacent to Riviera Way, to the north of the rail line, and at its widest point, the site is approximately 55 metres from north to south. So this is an aerial view of the rail corridor between the Riviera Way and to the north and Newton Road to the south. To the north, the image shows the site's proximity to the southeastern extent of the Willows, and there you have the main entrance point. And to the south, the image also shows the residential context across the Newton Road, and also the northern fringe of the wider residential estate of Shippey. Along the Newton Road, the image shows street parking between the bus stop here to the west, and it presents around 45 spaces. So this is a wider contextual view. It offers a bit more understanding of the locational relationship of the proposed station. Again, to the north and south, there are large residential suburbs, the Willows and Shippey. And to the east and west, the character is more commercial. West, you have Edginswell Business Park here, and slightly further afield, the emerging redevelopment of the Devon Garden machinery site here. To the east, there is the commercial section of the Newton Road around here. And northeast, obviously, you have the Willows District Centre. And southeast, around here, proximity to the hospital site. This is a further aerial view that shows the parking previously discussed. Just shows it a little bit clearer for you. Also more evident on this slide is the linear public green space that the southern access will traverse to provide the main entrance and cycle parking facilities. As the slide shows, the green space is largely laid to lawn with interspersed trees and is an informal green space without any play facilities. So this final aerial view is just looking eastwards towards Torquay. You have Riviera Way on the left on higher ground, and then there's a steep embankment down to the rail line, which then sits close to the level of the Newton Road on the right-hand side of the slide. Here you have a close view of the public verge and green space that we looked at this morning when we visited the site. And this is the other side of the site. This is the highway verge of Riviera Way, where there is a proposed part of the site to provide extended footway facilities. So just moving on to some development plan context. I appreciate there's a lot going on this slide. Just highlight some key points. So here we have the site. You will notice the rail sign in the location. This flags up the strategic desire within the local plan for a rail station in this area. The green dots, which encompasses the site and also the northern area across Riviera Way, indicates an urban landscape protection area. The linear orange colouring is principally highlighting a local designation of a wildlife corridor. And we have the blue dotted lines just south of the site mainly, following the Newton Road, which is a linear area of heightened flood risk running east-west that loosely follows the watercourse. To the west, we have the pink colouring, which identifies the future growth area, which is a strategic area of growth for housing and employment. And the dark dots along the Newton Road is the National Cycle Network, and the orange dots further west identifying ambitions for the development of strategic public rights-of-way and the cycling network as well. So just moving on to the Torquay neighbourhood plan designations, there is some overlapping in terms of the future growth area and employment expectations to the west. The key new layer here is the local green space designation for the linear space along the Newton Road, which ceases opposite number 198, which is this property that sits quite close to the highway on the southern side. This policy seeks to protect the land where development is ruled out, other than in very special circumstances. However, the policy does reference a station in this area is an expected special circumstance. So just moving on to the application details itself. Here we have the proposed layout. So I'll just start from the access point. So bottom left of the slide here, we have the access area across the green space and council-owned land. The degree of hard standing is roughly around 220 square metres and presents a very minor loss of the wider green space, which spreads westwards. As a rough guide, I believe around 95% of the local green space designation is unaffected by the development. Here we have cycle parking facilities within the rail corridor proposed, and then there is low ramps up to the southern platform here. Central to the platforms, we have stairs and a footbridge access to the northern platform, and also then an elevated footway along to the Riviera Way at the northern extent of the site. There is then an extension to the footway to connect into the existing network further eastwards. The length of the platforms are approximately 128 metres long, and there is some suggested alterations to the street parking in the area to provide designated drop-off zone and some disabled parking immediately adjacent to the access. Moving on to a section view of the proposed development, we have the upper view here is looking eastwards towards Torquay. So we have Riviera Way on higher land on the left-hand side and the elevated footbridge. And then you have the northern and southern platforms here, the footbridge over provided by access provided by lifts, as well as the stairs. And obviously you have the opposite view there to the bottom half of the slide. So the platforms are approximately 1 metre above the established rail line here. The upper sides of the footbridge are approximately 7 metres above the proposed platform level, and the lift columns rising slightly higher, finishing 9.3 metres above the platform level. So here we just have a split section of the northern platform towards Riviera Way, just showing some of the ancillary infrastructure that's proposed. Obviously, we have some external seating, internal seating, which is provided on both platforms, and then infrastructure for the public address system and lighting. And this is a view of the southern platform. Similar infrastructure here. What I'll point out, this section here of screening, some privacy screening towards 215 Newton Road, which is a property in proximity to the proposed development. So here we just have a wider street illustration. So this is looking sort of from the Newton Road, how it sits in amongst obviously the tree-lined green rail corridor. And obviously you have the fencing around the platforms, and obviously there we have the stairs and the lift. And obviously annotation here about privacy screening at the far end. Just got a couple of indicative images for you now. So the first one here, obviously an aerial view. This illustrates the materials palette that is detailed with the application. It's obviously considered recessive and responds positively to the green corridor. So we have lift cladding is in a sort of a copper red finish. The footbridge and the stairs are to be painted in a sort of a dark green colour. We got platform fencing, which will be galvanised in black coating. And then the boundary fencing, security fencing around the development will be coated green, obviously to assimilate with the vegetation along the corridor. It's another indicative image here, obviously looking westwards out of Torquay. So on the right-hand side out of view, you would have the elevated footway connecting to the Riviera Way. So this is a proposed landscape mitigation plan. Obviously, the imposition of a station within the green corridor will have some implications on vegetation, and there are proposals to try and limit that and mitigate as far as possible. So there's some proposed shrub and tree planting around the excess, which is the light green. There's some species-rich grassland, coloured yellow proposed. The dull yellow is wildlife meadow planting. Sort of the tealy colour here is mixed native woodland, and this area here is just principally identifying where there'll be some coppicing undertaken to provide access for the lifting operations through the construction period. So just in terms of the headlines of the key issues and material considerations outlined within the committee report for members. Firstly, in terms of principle, there is a clear planning and economic policy support for the provision of a rail halt in this area across both the Torbay local plan and the Torquay neighbourhood plan. As detailed, the provision of access within the local green space presents a de minimis intervention within the wider linear public space, and as part of a wider station is supported as an exceptional circumstances. In terms of design, the proposal is considered to respond to its context and sits comfortably within the urban landscape protection area designation with a recessive materials palette and proposed landscape mitigation to soften the development. In terms of drainage, subject to the satisfactory comments from the Environment Agency in regard to the safety of development from flooding, the proposal is considered acceptable. On flood risk and drainage grounds, in terms of the applicant has responded to the concerns from the Environment Agency and further comments are awaited. As the station itself is in an area of low risk, the issue does not appear insurmountable, and the recommendation to members is one to delegate to officers to resolve a satisfactory outcome in consultation with the Environment Agency. The detailed controlled surface water drainage system is to the adjacent watercourse at a controlled rate, and this will ensure that there will be no increase in flood risk to land or buildings adjacent. In terms of ecology, subject to a number of planning conditions detailed, to positively frame the construction and operational ecology outcomes, the proposal is considered acceptable on ecology grounds and biodiversity grounds. In terms of amenity, the proposal details measures to limit potential overlooking to the property near to the southern platform and details noise limiting design measures to the public address system to limit impacts from noise to this property and to others within the vicinity. Lighting will also be limited for amenity and ecology reasons. With the measures secured by planning conditions, there will be no undue impact on local amenity. In terms of highways and movement, the station is considered to be an important element in improving sustainable travel in the area and is supported across a number of development plan policies. It is expected to help positively influence levels of car use on the nearby road network by providing an alternative for inward and outward travel in a mixed residential and commercial fringe area of Torbay. There is more than adequate street parking locally to support what is a local station, and enhanced drop-off and disabled parking immediately adjacent will improve adjacent facilities post-operation. Cycle parking on the site is deemed adequate, and the access provided through steps, ramps and lifts will present accessible form of development considering the level constraints of the land. All matters considered, the highways and movement outcomes are deemed positive. In terms of trees, the impact is similar to the previous consent granted in 2016 and is again considered acceptable, subject to suitable conditions to secure adequate mitigation planting. Moving on, in terms of low carbon, the proposed development aspires to achieve high levels of sustainability. There is no heating provided as part of the project, and operational energy is reduced by presence detection and dimmed lighting, reduced camera requirements, and energy efficient lifts. In terms of travel and sustainability, the proposed station is near housing and employment draws and will provide opportunities for sustainable public travel. Finally, in terms of secure design, the design stage has been informed by discussions with the British Transport Police, and they have recently confirmed that they do not object. The development is hence considered as suitable for approval in terms of security of design. So in terms of the officer recommendation to members, it is one of approval, subject to the receipt of satisfactory comments from the Environment Agency regarding the development's flood resilience, delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency. The conditions outlined, with final wording delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency, and the resolution of any new material considerations that may come to light following Planning Committee to be delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency, including the addition of any necessary further planning conditions or obligations. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I now move to our speaker section on behalf of this application. So I call now Dr. Rodney Horder on behalf of Torquay Neighbourhood Plan Forum. Dr. Horder, you have 5 minutes and the clerk will let you know when you have just 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This statement has been reviewed and approved by the steering group of the Torquay Neighbourhood Forum. Provision of a railway station at Edginswell is a key aspiration in the Torquay Neighbourhood Plan, so the Forum is supportive of this application. The aspiration appears both in the overall aspirations for Torquay as a whole and in the aspirations for the Shippey ward. However, there is a dichotomy between the overall aspiration and the ward aspiration in terms of the provision of parking facilities. Overall, the neighbourhood plan, taking a wide approach for Torquay, is encouraging the drive towards sustainable transport in the form of walking and cycling. The station will be in walking distance of the hospital, retail areas and the future growth area, so parking could be deemed unnecessary. This is a reasonable assumption for inbound rail passengers. In contrast, residents of the Shippey ward can be considered as outbound rail passengers. As the ward extends some distance from the proposed station, it is likely that many passengers reside beyond reasonable walking distance, so will be more reliant on private cars. Thus, the more local aspiration states that appropriate, limited, accessible car parking should be provided. There is already significant on-street parking on Newton Road, and the expansion of Edginswell Business Park is expected to increase the demand for parking. The Forum notes that the Highways Consultee response seems to express concern about the impact on parking requirements. Although we would all like to see a modal shift away from private cars, realistically, the demand will continue for some time, especially during inclement weather, such as we have experienced recently. I expect most of you drove here today. The Forum supports the planning application in principle. It will promote sustainable transport for the Edginswell Future Growth Area. The station will provide an arrival facility for those working at the employment sites and a commuter facility for the residents of Edgwell, Shipping and the Willows. However, the Forum requests that the provision of parking for 29 cars is restored. If that is not possible, we ask that a condition is included to monitor parking demand when the station comes into operation, and that, if necessary, additional parking is provided within easy walking distance of the station. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Horder. If you'd like to take your seat back in the public gallery, thank you. I now call on Councillor Katia Madison to address the meeting. Councillor Madison, you have 5 minutes and the clerk will let you know when you have just 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Problem. That's working. Good afternoon, everybody. Madam Chair. I'm Katia Madison, speaking today as a councillor for Shippey.
We will actually just stop the clock and
I think it's working again.
allow that to resume. Are you okay?
Yep, I think so.
Okay, in your own time. Thank you.
Thank you. I came here to make a statement, but I am in fact going to read a statement provided to me by my co-councillor for Shippey, Councillor Darren Cowell, as he covers most of the salient points. Firstly, he says, there is an error in the officer report as it refers to the Torquay Neighbourhood Plan Local Green Space as TLGS1. It is in fact TLGS6. Plans for a retail station have been in the making for several years, and the last time a planning application was determined in 2016, the scheme had my Indeed, the new plans are an improvement, as the unsightly ramps have been removed in favour of lifts. I would draw members' attention to the tree officer's comments in regard to mitigation for lost trees, as well as particular reference to 3 trees, T38, 39 and 40, to establish what funding might be required for their replacement. It is worth noting that at a recent meeting of the Shippey and Upper Charleston Community Partnership, those in attendance reaffirmed I'm just going to keep my finger down there now. It is worth noting that at a recent meeting of the Shippey and Upper Charleston Community Partnership, those in attendance reaffirmed support for the plans for the railway station at Edginswell.
Councillor Madison, do you want to use maybe the one on the end of the, just there, at least then you should have some continuity.
Let me continue, sorry. It's worth noting that at a recent meeting of the Shippey and Upper Charleston Community Partnership, those in attendance reaffirmed support for the plans for the rail station at Edginswell, subject to appropriate mitigation for lost trees. I would urge that the community partnership is consulted as to where replacement trees could be located, especially given the impact on the designated local green space TLGS6. In terms of design, the use of low-level lighting will minimize light pollution and the materials proposed for the lift tower will help to minimise visual impact of the station. The overall visual impact will be reduced with the proposed landscaping. Overall, the scheme should increase the number of journeys to Torbay Hospital made by public transport and potentially reduce some of the parking issues in the area. I would also hope that the station will encourage travel from the Shippey and Willows areas towards Paignton and out towards Newton Abbot and beyond. This would be further encouraged if a footbridge was to be provided over the busy Riviera Way. That's a fact I would endorse. Finally, I note there have been very few public comments on this application, which I believe reflects general agreement for the proposal. Thank you. Those were Councillor Cowell's words. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like to take your seat back in the public gallery. Okay, I think we're going to adjourn just a few minutes because we're just putting a new console on the speakers table and they just want to reconnect it all up. So we'll just take a few minutes. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We will resume now. I'm sorry for the technical problems. So my next speaker, I call Mr. Richard Brown to address the meeting in support of the application. Mr. Brown, if you'd like to take your seat at the table. You have 5 minutes and the clerk will let you know when you have just 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to discuss accessibility at the proposed station, Edginswell, which I understand will be unstaffed. I've also provided written comments on this subject. Okay, imagine you are a parent with a child in pushchair or have a disability. You plan to catch a train from the new station and look forward to easy access there. However, when you arrive at the station, you find the lifts have been declared out of service due to a faulty component or to vandalism. There are no staff at the station to assist in this predicament. Your plans for the day are effectively dashed. How you wish the authorities had installed ramps instead of, or in addition. For ramps may require a little effort, but they have no moving parts or electronics to go wrong, and therefore are completely reliable. The rail authorities may say that maintenance technicians are available at, say, 1 hour's notice. But 1 hour is a long time when you are waiting. And even then, you cannot be sure they will turn up. And if it is a major component failure, the downtime could run into days. The mere fear of the lifts being unavailable may put you off rail if you are wholly dependent on them. You may say this situation could occur at Newton Abbot station, which has lifts. True, but Newton Abbot is staffed. And more to the point, local trains in either direction could, if needed, be replatformed to platform 3 on the upside of the station, which is level to the street. Replatforming is not possible at Edginswell. And indeed, that wouldn't help anyway. If you think this is all very unlikely, at any given time, there are many station lifts which are non-operational throughout the country, albeit a small percentage overall. I'm very much in favour of the new station, but I ask you to consider this key aspect of journey reliability, and so plan for 100% accessibility for all of the time, for which ramps are the answer. The proposed location for the new station provides the opportunity for sympathetic ramp design using the topography. Because of the embankments going down, which have good vegetation, you can actually use the natural gradients. And anyway, utility at the station is paramount above all else. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. You'd like to take your seat. Thank you. Committee members, I will now invite questions to the planning officer. Please may I remind members, questions should only cover matters not raised in the presentation. Are there any members wishing to ask a question? Thank you. Councillor Lewis, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The original proposal in 2015 was to have 29 car parking spaces. So can you give me an overview with regards to the parking facilities, the percentage in favour of the parking and the percentage of those against? Could you tell me what the figures are? Because at the moment, on Newton Road, there's 45 car parking spaces. Will we lose any of those for entry into the railway station as well, please?
Yes, so in terms of the historic application, obviously that was presented with on-site parking. During the course of the application, there was quite a swell of public concern, so the parking was actually taken out and the application was revised, and it was ultimately approved without parking in 2016. In terms of the parking along the Newton Road, there will be some alterations to the street parking, which will probably likely reduce the amount by a small amount to provide drop-off facilities and to provide disabled parking directly opposite to the pedestrian access to the station. But it's not expected that there would be a demonstrable loss in parking spaces. Obviously, the row between the bus stop to the west and where it currently ceases provides 45 spaces, which is a considerable amount. So it will just be, say, amended to provide, drop-off space and disabled parking to aid movement, likely movement from the following through the operational stage.
So we'd lose what, 3 or 4 spaces? If you need that amount of space for dropping off and picking up, you've got to lose about 4 spaces, yeah?
So I couldn't give you an exact number. Obviously, a disabled space, I believe, would be about a metre longer in terms of length. So if you were providing, 3 or 4 disabled spaces, it'll probably take, an extra 5 spaces, existing spaces to provide that. So you will lose a section for the drop-off facility, which will be, you would expect to be a short amount. And then obviously providing slightly longer disabled spaces will affect the current provision. But you say there is a considerable length of street parking there at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Darling, I believe you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have 2 questions, actually, if I may. The first one pertains to accessibility, and I totally concur with our speaker. So, with the lifts, I know it was going to be a ramp before, but with the lifts, if the lifts are out of service and you are in a wheelchair or pushing a wheelchair or somebody with accessibility needs, the idea may well be then, if you're accessing from the Newton Road side or the other side, to go up to Browns Bridge and use the path that way to go round. But looking at it and thinking about the distance, that is going to cause quite an additional minutes, 10 or 12 minutes onto your journey. So that's not going to really be a very accessible way if you're trying to catch a train. Is that the only way that this issue could be tackled? Is there no way of putting a crossing point on or something? I just have real concerns that in a modern station we should be totally and utterly accessible, but I do see problems with lifts when they do break. That is my first question. My second question is with regard to parking, disabled spaces. You're going to make space for several disabled stations, where people who are coming to park, presumably for people using the train, or are they going to be just general for everybody? Because along that Newton Road is a really popular place for people to park who work at the hospital, who go to Edginswell, and although those disabled spaces might be intended for people catching the train, I fear that they will just be used for disabled drivers who may be attending somewhere else. So those two questions, please.
So in terms of the lift arrangements, obviously the expectation is that you have a fully functioning station with working lifts. There are, as mentioned within the gentleman's comments, obviously time expectations in terms of access to engineers when there are problems with lifts. There is no obvious solution regarding crossing the between platforms when the lifts aren't in operation. So obviously the proposal is one before us, and the suggestion is obviously that the operators do need to work within time limits in terms of engineers accessing when there are problems with obviously mechanical failures. In terms of the parking, I'm not sure how that would be managed any other way other than providing disabled spaces more broadly, whether that's for people using the station or other facilities in the area. As detailed within the report, there is an expectation that the station will hopefully reduce some demand for incoming parking within the area, which will hopefully maybe counterbalance any potential small loss in the amount of spaces along that area. Obviously, the street parking does tend, in terms of its character, seem to provide inward parking for the commercial, either employment or other commercial uses in that area, because obviously all the residential plots are relatively large and have extensive on-plot parking. So providing accessibility via a station, there is a hope that obviously there will be some reduction in demand, which will counter any potential sort of revisions to the existing facilities there.
Thank you, Councillor Darling. Are you happy with your answer, or any follow-ups? Whoop.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fox, thank you.
Thank you. It's a couple of questions. The first one concerning the linear ecological corridor. On page 21 of the officer's report, it does talk about a net loss of that corridor. That's clearly obvious. My question is that net loss in any way going to compromise the effectiveness of the corridor as a wildlife corridor for movement of species? That's my first question. My second one is, in terms of implementation, do we have any reasonable estimates yet, or realistic estimates, as to how quickly this could come on stream in relation to funding? And my last question, do we have any figures on how effective this is going to be in terms of passenger usage? Thank you.
So firstly, in terms of the wildlife corridor, I've just gone back to a slide that shows the proposed landscape mitigation. Obviously, you have the platforms flanking the actual rail line. Obviously, north and south, you then have the sort of the embankment to Riviera Way, and then the green corridor towards Newton Road. So there will be obviously retained linear connection along that area. And the introduction of obviously landscape mitigation to try and limit the impact on ecology and biodiversity generally. The ambition, obviously, through the recommendation and the conditions, is to ensure that there is no net loss in, easy for me to say, no net loss in biodiversity resulting from the development. There is some ingrained enhancement through enhancing a habitat for protected species like the dormice. That's countered separately to the expectations for there to be no net loss more widely. So in the round, there's likely to be a net increase, but for purposes of biodiversity enhancement, you say the expectation through the condition is to ensure there is no loss. Can you just remind me of your second point? Sorry.
My second question was on the implementation likelihood. There are criticisms spread abroad that why put the application in because we haven't got the money and we're not likely to get it. And I realise there are alternative views that it's a next necessary step in sort of getting the finance. But I just wondered if you've got any views to how quickly we are likely to get this station if it's given approval. And my last question was on the number of sort of footfall of passengers that you're expecting to use the facility.
So sorry, I haven't got any comment on in terms of likely deliverability, timelines, etc. For the council, I'm afraid, nor in terms of expected usage. Obviously, it's quite a long-term aspiration for a station in this location. And obviously, in terms of its location sort of at the heart of a mixed-use suburb, it's, contextually, you can see the benefits of it, where you have a business park, very large employers local by, and also, obviously, the draws of the residential areas in close proximity. So in terms of strategic location, it seems very sensible, but I haven't got any precise numbers in terms of uptake, usage, should it come forward, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got two key main questions, Mr. Jones. If we can do them one at a time, please, probably easiest. The point that Councillor Maddison raised in relation to tree planting and landscaping mitigation, and I think she referenced wanting the community to be involved in that or finding acceptable proposals for the community. We've got in your report suggested conditions at condition 5 relating to a landscaping scheme, condition 6 relating to landscaping provisions and maintenance, and condition 7 relating to tree protection. Do you think in relation to those three conditions, taking them in the aggregate, we deal with the point that we were hearing the ward councillor articulating earlier, please?
Yes, so the suite of conditions you reference obviously does highlight the, I think the main point is the loss of 3 trees near to the access point. Obviously they are on council land, this is a scheme sort of trying to jointly be delivered with the council. So we would be, generally, if granted consent, the detail would be reviewed by the green infrastructure team for the council in terms of replacement planting and where that would be best to go. If there's aspiration for wider consultations on that, obviously I'll take instructions on the discussion and decision today. But we obviously do appreciate the point of not unduly affecting the usage of the local green space.
Yeah, I think certainly when I was looking at condition 5, I was noting the fact that a detailed landscaping scheme needed to come through at a subsequent stage, and so there was an opportunity for further engagement at a further stage. Would that be correct with my reading of it, please?
So generally that would be a submission to officers to review, and obviously we would consult generally with interested parties. In this case, that would be the council's green infrastructure team who manage the green spaces, and obviously they would obviously look at the usage and appropriateness of locations at that point.
So we can find a way into that. And then just looking at some of the objections that we've got on the council's website, I noticed one from a resident on from 194 Newton Road, who refers to issues regarding flooding. Within your report, again, we've got condition 9, surface water management. Were our drainage engineers satisfied in relation to the conditions that they and the information provided that they dealt with all concerns, please?
Yes, so through the course of the application, we received some further detail, principally just to resolve some minor points in the proposed scheme. So there is a detailed controlled discharge proposal to the watercourse that runs east-west, and that's considered acceptable by the council's drainage engineer. So in terms of not increasing the risk of flooding to land or buildings adjacent, the outstanding point is the flip side of that issue, which we'd like to sort of explore a bit further with the Environment Agency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And next question, Councillor Brooke.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Jones, just got one main question, please, which relates to the parking, and I suppose it links up comments that Councillor Cowell read out by Councillor Madison, and then also Dr. Horder raised from the Torquay Neighbourhood Forum. From how I hear what Dr. Horder was saying, there seems to be a conflict now between what the councillors and the ward feel that the train station, as in this plan, will potentially reduce parking problems, but Dr. Horder feeling maybe that with outbound there might be an increase in the need for parking. So if I heard Dr. Horder right, was saying about let's allow this but subject to a condition to monitor, and then if we need parking that it can go somewhere else. What's the actual feasibility of that? And I mean, knowing the area, I can't think of any area where there would be parking, so but if you've got any comments on that.
Yeah, so it's obviously considering whether it's reasonable or necessary if you're looking at any further conditions. Obviously, as outlined in the report, there is considered to be supportive parking. That is in terms of street parking rather than on-site. Obviously, the only way to deliver on-site parking would be to deliver it on the local green space, which is obviously that in terms of changing designation, that wasn't a designated green space in 2016 when there was concerns about parking supporting the application. It is now. Obviously, you'd have to look at the implications on where you would place parking. But yeah, so just in terms of the adjacent street parking, obviously further afield, that there is nowhere for it to get displaced. There is obviously restricted zones to the south and WLA lines around the Newton Road and Edginswell business case. So, but there is at the moment 45 spaces, which is a relatively large amount. You say likelihood is that those spaces that you could see were full today. On all Google images, they're always full, are not for residences in the area, they're for people probably being employed locally or using commercial services in the area, which you say there's a balance there in terms of this is a facility that can provide sustainable inward migration to people wanting, whether they're employed or using commercial businesses in the area. So hopefully that answers your question.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Toshard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going back to the drop-off point, will there be designated taxi space there?
It's not shown on the suggested plans really. It's more of a drop-off point and disabled parking. Whether that taxis use the drop-off point to drop off their customers or pick their customers up. That is much like a private car, I suppose. But there isn't any proposals for a waiting rank or anything. You say it's supposed to be a hold station serving the local area. So hence the proposals are more for informal, drop-off points rather than anything more substantial than that.
Yes, thank you. I was just sort of envisaging people perhaps intending to visit the hospital. It's quite a stretch to walk, and sometimes trains aren't always quite on time. I can imagine, in that fairly short space, that you could have perhaps a couple of taxis or even cars waiting to pick up people, potentially using up quite a lot of the parking that's actually there if they can actually find space. So I'm sort of thinking that maybe those points can be taken into perhaps a continuing monitoring of how the usage of the station continues. Thank you.
Oops. Thank you. Councillor Penny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question goes back to the concerns raised about accessibility. I appreciate it's unlikely, but you wouldn't happen to have the data on lift breakdowns in other stations across the railway network?
No, sorry, I haven't. Sorry.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No? Everybody happy with your questions? Okay. In that case, I will open the application for debate. I will go first on this one from the chair. For me, this is probably an easy decision. I feel this scheme is going to be so beneficial for our residents. It's in a sustainable location and supports our economy and economic growth. The proposed station will provide improved access for our residents, especially for our hospital employees and local retail parks. I would urge members to support this application, so therefore I am going to propose approval from the chair, along with the conditions as outlined in the report. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Penny.
Yep, happy to second, and if I may, Madam Chair, I'd echo most of the comments you've made. Obviously there are some concerns around the parking and accessibility, but I don't think those are enough to warrant us not approving this as a committee.
Thank you, Councillor Pentney. Do we have any debate? Thank you. Councillor Billings.
I would endorse your proposal, Madam Chair. I draw to the committee's attention my portfolio responsibilities from my cabinet role for transport. But I just wanted to pick up on some of the points made. Whilst I'm sure, for example, ramps versus lifts, sort of elements like that, we might get designs that are sort of slightly better or alternative, and we could debate those. But ultimately, we've got to consider the proposal before us. And the proposal before us is a design that we can, if we were to approve it, we've got something fixed that the council can go to government, can go to other stakeholders for, and try to secure the funding to be able to enable this to be delivered. And certainly, both from the perspective of allowing workers to come into Torbay, to work at the hospital, and also for allowing Shipay residents to commute, possibly towards Exeter and access employment opportunities, both in other parts of the bay and also outside. I think the benefits of this proposal are demonstrable, and I would encourage committee members to support the proposal that we've had proposed and seconded on the table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Any responses or further debate? Okay, thank you. Well, as we know, we have a proposal on the table proposed by myself and seconded by Councillor Pentney. So we'll go to the vote. All in favour? That's unanimous. No, I beg your pardon? No, we're not unanimous. Because we've got one. Yeah, councillor needs to abstain. Needs to say. Okay. Thank you very much. Put your hand down now. Thank you. All those against? Any abstentions? Councillor Billings. Thank you very much. In that case, the application is approved. Thank you. Okay, so we will move straight on to item 6, and that is to consider an application for Waddeton Approach, Waddeton Close. So the clerk has confirmed those who have registered to speak upon entry to the meeting. I will therefore ask Miss June Paignton to introduce the application, please. Might just take a couple of seconds to get you up and running. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's present this application for Waddeton Approach in Paignton, for a site which was previously known as Central Area. Up on the screen you can see a site location plan which shows the limits of the site. It's an area of 1.2 hectares. It's within the White Rock area of Paignton. For those of you who aren't familiar, this is Brixham Road. This is a hotel, the Epic Centre, and a well-known supermarket. And just to the north is another retail area, and South Devon College is off to the west. The whole of the White Rock area is identified in the Torbay local plan and in the Paignton neighbourhood plans for future growth. Historically, the site has been seen as part of this central area of White Rock, which was granted outline permission in it was the reference number is from 2011. I think it was actually granted a couple of years later after the application had been dealt with and assessed. The site includes part of Waddeton Close on its eastern side, which is this road here. It's a private road and is used to access the rear of Lidl and the Epic Centre. To the south side of the site is White Rock Way, and to the west side is Waddeton Road, so you can see it's circumscribed by roadways. The residential development at White Rock is mostly complete to the south and is nearing completion to the west. There are commercial uses to the north and east, and further on the industrial... Yeah, I've already said that bit. Okay, down to that next slide. We have a plan from Google Maps, which just shows that the site is not currently used. It's fenced off at present and mainly contains grass, some hedgerows that are left over from when it was farmland, and a few trees, some of which are quite mature. There's no official vehicle access at present, although you can see from this view that there was one here, but that's been closed off. And in addition, there's a large attenuation tank on the western side, which is marked out on one of the plans that will be displayed in a minute. This was a tree survey that was completed as part of the submission, which shows the location of hedgerows marked yellow, and the trees that don't show up very well actually on here, but there's a line of trees containing 3 fir trees and a couple of silver birches and a few
a couple of ash trees here which are showing some signs of disease, and one in the hedgerow down here which is also an ash. Yeah, right, so here's a photograph of the site taken from the south edge, outside the existing houses on White Rock Way, which just shows it's open and what's around on the other side. So the epicentre is 5 high stories high, and the Premier Inn is 4 stories. This is a shot of Waddeton Close, which is the road that's included in the site, which runs north-south. It shows Lidl on the right-hand side and the application site on the left. So the application is an outline one, and this corner that you're facing in this photograph with the trees behind is one that is significant in the proposal. Here's a view from the north of the site. And here's one from the southwest corner, which shows White Rock Way housing on the right-hand side and the hotel across the site. So you can see there's visibility across the site, and the trees are quite prominent in it. It just sets the context. So the application in this case is an outline one for the construction of up to 60 residential units and commercial space, which we come to define a little further on, with access points to be agreed. Now, I'm just like to clarify that it's vehicle access points for which agreement is being sought, and not any of the other pedestrian or other car parking accesses. The reserved matters are layout, scale, appearance, and landscaping. This illustrative layout has been submitted to demonstrate that the site can accommodate the proposed amount of development, which is 60 residential units with policy-compliant affordable housing at 30% and with tenure mix as required by policy H2, which would be secured through a Section 106 agreement. A small amount of commercial stroke community space up to 70 square metres was indicated in this illustrative layout, and it's recommended in a condition that that amount of space be limited so that it reflects a small kind of community or corner shop or small cafe facility rather than a retail warehouse park. The illustrative layout also includes public open space, and in this layout it shows a local equipped area for play there and a local area for play there, which would not necessarily be equipped but would have opportunities for play, such as hillocks, rocks, timber, something to encourage children to play or to just run around. So that's the proposal, but with regards to the outline permission, that is for construction of up to 60 residential units, commercial space and access points. All other matters are reserved, and these illustrations are purely that, to demonstrate that such a scale of development could be accommodated acceptably. Just to clarify the points of access, there are 2 vehicle accesses proposed. One here, which is very handy for getting to Lidl's. The Lidl pedestrian egress and access and egress is there. Because it's close to this junction, our Highways Department have commented that if you're going to provide a pedestrian crossing onto the site, it should be further away, at least 5 metres from any junction, which is possible to accommodate in this situation. And given this layout, it would link in well with any the footpaths through the site to create permeability for people living on the other side of Waddeton Road. The second access point to the north is also off Waddeton Close, off the corner. Highways Department have said that the visibility is acceptable, although they probably want to be careful when it gets to reserve matters about the height of boundary treatment and any planting on this aspect here because of the sharpness of the corners. They've also recommended that a point of road up to about here be adopted, the straight piece, for maintenance by the local authority. We're not prepared to take on this part with the existing layout, but would like to see a road management plan for how the access would be treated, and that can be conditioned. When it comes to the scale of development and the creation of public open space, the site does present an opportunity to create a sort of welcoming way through for the people who live off Waddeton Road and in the new Linden Homes development, to be able to reach the commercial uses to the east, and to enhance townscape and create a kind of sense of place there. The calculation of public open space requirement for the 60 units varies because it depends on the size of the unit, but it could be from 3 hectares to 5. If the units are small, then the amount proposed is sufficient. If units are larger, there might be more demand, but this has to be weighed against housing need and other open space provisions that are already made in the local area, and also the quality of space that's being presented. So this is a central, fairly enclosed open space. It minimises as far as possible the amount of road frontage, so that the centre of the site, which is safer, is used for public open space. About the commercial space, the applicants have clarified through negotiations that a size of between about 65 to 70 square metres is what they are intending here, and the proposed use would be Class E, which is commercial. That includes shops, cafes, professional services, indoor sport, that would be a very small kind of sport, health services, creche or light industry, or a Class F2, which isn't often talked about, but that includes a small shop or a community meeting room. So that's what's on offer there for 70 square metres of commercial space. And this is shown in the indicative plans as being around here next to the open space. In terms of, although we're not assessing appearance, scale or layout technically for the outline permission, the illustrative scheme shows sections through that the buildings could have similar heights and form to those of the existing surrounding buildings. So here is example. This is looking from the west to the east through the site. There's the pine trees in the middle. This is the north end of the site, possibly 4 stories to accommodate the flats, which is a similar height to the hotel and slightly lower than Epic Centre. And at this end, a 3-storey with pitched roof type of development would reflect what's on the other side in terms of height and form. Then you may have comments on that. And the section to the south shows a similar scenario. The applicants have submitted this bird's eye view of a possible scale of development. Please note this includes matured landscaping and equipped play areas, while the details of final layout, appearance, scale and landscape are reserved matters. This is an illustration of what it could look like. And this shows that, the hedgerows across here and here in this scheme would go. There isn't really much scope for retaining them with 60 units on the site, to be honest. But here, the line of trees which showed up in the photographs, which includes 3 firs and a couple of deciduous trees could be retained and form quite an important feature in the open space area. As part of government policy to introduce a stronger force for biodiversity net gain, applicants are being required to demonstrate with applications that they would achieve that. It's not in force yet, but this applicant has made the effort to prepare a biodiversity net gain metric and some proposals acknowledging that the open space, or currently vacant space on the application site, would be lost to any wildlife inhabiting it, so they have a piece of land in their own ownership behind White Rock Way and behind this road, which is part of the Linden development. This is to the west of the application site. If you carried on down Waddeton Road here, you'd reach up with the end of the Woodland Walk, which leads all the way around to back into the development site. And this field is owned by the applicants, and they are proposing to compensate the loss of the central area as a undeveloped land with this area, which is 1.2 hectares in total. Most of it would be diverse permanent grassland, a small amount of mixed scrub, and the yellow line indicates a 300-metre hedgerow with trees and a bank or ditch. Now this would be secured through Section 106 agreement because it's off the application site. Together with on-site planting and mitigation measures, and this off-site provision, the biodiversity net gain calculation is that there will be an 83% increase in habitat units and 50% in hedgerow units. So that's considered to be acceptable, according to our ecological advisor, at County Council. So these were the neighbourhood plan policies considered in assessing the application. And these are the key issues and material consideration. In terms of the principle, as the report set out and as I've explained, the site's in the White Rock area, it's designated as a growth area, and the additional housing units would assist with the council's housing supply. A small commercial use compatible with that residential use is also acceptable, and the provision of public open space is supported in principle through the local plan policies as well. The points of access are acceptable, subject to the recommended conditions in the report, and have been considered by our highways engineers. The illustrative scheme is considered to be broadly acceptable, but the impacts of design, residential amenity and landscape would be fully assessed at reserved matters stage. Ecological concerns are resolvable through conditions and Section 106 securing the off-site biodiversity net gain. Various other headings there, flood risk and drainage. I have got an illustrative layout if officers wish to see that, but our drainage officer has agreed that the principles of the submitted drainage scheme are fine and acceptable and should be secured through condition. In terms of low carbon development, the Paignton neighbourhood plan is quite strong on that, so a condition is recommended on that matter to see details at reserved matters. And with affordable housing, the applicants have submitted an affordable housing statement that they would be complying with the council's policies on that matter. 30% of units would be affordable and the tenure mix would be appropriate. And in addition, the NHS has requested that the council secure some Section 106 funding towards GP, general practitioner surgery provision in the area, and that's incorporated in Section 106 recommendations. So this is a general conclusion in line with assessment. It's considered that the illustrative layout provides an acceptable scheme or an acceptable scale of development that could be accommodated on the site, and that it represents sustainable development, especially in this location, and is acceptable having regarded to the local plans and the NPPF and all other material considerations. The only thing that just wanted to highlight that Highways had carefully read through the recommended conditions and wished to make the following amendment to condition 16, which is to add the lettering in blue to make it clear that just exactly what it is that they would want from the road management plan for the northern access point. So that is that no dwellings should be approved until the northern access point on Waddeton Close has, under best endeavours, been made to amend the current layout. Oh, okay, sorry, I'm misreading this. They want to amend the current layout of Waddeton Close to meet adoptable standards, and if that's not possible, a road management plan should be submitted, so that their preference is for the road layout to be slightly amended to adoptable standard, but if that's not achievable, a road management plan be submitted. So both possibilities are included in that condition, with priority being given to the achieving adoptable standard. So it's recommended that condition 16 be altered to that wording. And the officer recommendation is approval of the application in accordance with the report, apart from condition 16, and the completion of a section 106 legal agreement to secure the heads of terms that are in the report. I'll just run through what those were. That was to secure affordable housing, to secure NHS contributions, ecological monitoring, travel plan monitoring, biodiversity net gain off-site and on-site, and also possibly through section 106 or possibly through section 278 or 38, which are highways agreements. Replacement of the existing bus stop to the west of the site with a new one with a flag, so buses know where to stop and people know where to wait for them, and also replacement of the one on the south side of the road because it's on a lamp post, which currently would conflict with the illustrative layout and would need to be repositioned. So those two would be secured through one measure or the other. And then also recommend approval subject to conditions outlined in the report, subject to the changes to condition 16, and final drafting of conditions delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency. And 3, the resolution of any new material considerations that may come to light following Planning Committee to be delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency, including the addition of any necessary further planning conditions or obligations. And there's a summary of the section 106. Okay, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paignton. Now we move into the speaker section of this application. And I now call Chris Hayes to address the meeting in support of the application. Mr. Hayes, you have 5 minutes and the clerk will let you know when you have just 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Chris Hayes. I'm the planning agent for the application. I'm speaking here today on behalf of Andrew Maltby, who is Director of Dealey Freed Estates, who are the joint applicants. Andrew is recovering from illness, so unfortunately he couldn't make it down today. I know Andrew is familiar to a number of you and many of the councillors down here, given his involvement in a number of development projects over the years, including our recent proposals for land east of Limekiln Close. So I'm sure you'll join me in wishing Andrew a speedy recovery, because I suspect that he's probably listening into the webcast this afternoon. So thanks. As I think you're aware, Dealey Freed Estates and Abacus, they're long-term investors in Torbay. They brought forward a number of projects over the years, and they retain a number of opportunity sites that they intend to bring forward in the short term, both for employment use and residential development. Obviously working closely with the officers through the PPA agreement that we have in place, TDA and the other local stakeholders. This is one of such opportunity here, this application. It's an outline scheme for up to 60 units. We haven't put forward a precise mix of units, but certainly what we're looking to achieve here is a mixture of unit types. So from 1-bed flats up to 2-3 bed traditional homes. Importantly, we're proposing policy compliant 30% affordable housing. This is a viable site. We know we can do that, and that's without public subsidy. And that will obviously be locked in through a Section 106 obligation. And obviously in Torbay's current circumstances, the delivery of up to 60 homes, we obviously think that's, makes quite a, small but valuable contribution to the local supply of housing. Public space, we want to give over 30% of the site to public open space. We think that's important not only for the new residents of this development, but also bearing in mind the White Rock development at large. The scheme is illustrative, but hopefully that gives you an indication that high quality public open space can be achieved on this site, including provision of play facilities for children. As I say, 30% of the site is proposed for open space, and that is proposed to be locked in by a planning condition. Good thing about providing that sort of level of open space in terms of this site is that you can also use that as a means to provide some enhanced pedestrian and cycle linkages connecting the local centre facilities such as the food store with the areas of residential development. As mentioned, we've got a small commercial space proposed as part of the development. We think that will fit in well. It's a nod to the original designation of this land as part of the local centre. So we expect that to be a focal point of the local community. So overall, our outline proposals, they're illustrative, but they demonstrate that up to 60 units can be comfortably accommodated. As reported to the committee, we've addressed all the technical matters to the satisfaction of officers and the statutory consultees, including means to secure biodiversity net gain. So on that basis, we respectfully request that the committee follows the recommendation of officers and grants outline planning permission for this development. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. If you'd like to take your seat back in the gallery. Thank you. Committee members, I will now invite questions to the planning officer. Please, may I remind members, questions should only cover matters not raised in the presentation. Are there any members wishing to ask a question, please? Councillor Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a couple of questions. The first one, do we have any idea what types of affordable housing are being proposed here? I realise it's not part of the details that we're looking at this stage, but it'd just be helpful to know what proportion, for example, will be social housing. And my other question, we're looking obviously at the principle of development, we're looking at the vehicular access as the one reserved matter. So I can take it that the individual access points that we discussed on site this morning, in fact, will be resolved when we look at the reserve matters in relation to layout and not at this stage. Is that correct? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. On the affordable housing question, the scheme's indicative, but the submitted planning and affordable housing statement said that the proposal would be compliant with our policies. So for a total housing being 60, a rate of 30% affordable housing would give 18 units, and compliance with policy H would mean 3 different types of affordable housing would be provided, each with 6 units. That's social rent, affordable rent, and the shared ownership. Yeah. With regard to the vehicle access, yes, it was clarified this morning that it's the 2 main accesses into the site that are being sought approval here. Those related to the layout, which were parking spaces accessing White Rock Way and Waddeton Close, would be part of a layout approval, not part of this outline stage.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. Any further questions? Councillor Billings, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Paignton. Can I just clarify a few points? In relation to your report, you say this is this a future growth area, or is this charging zone 2 for the purposes of SIL liability, please?
It's both.
Okay, brilliant.
It's designated as a future growth area in the district plan, which was pre-2012, but the SIL maps came out later, after the planning permission for White Rock had been granted, so it was included in the built-up area and therefore fell within SIL Zone 2.
And so just to understand what that could potentially mean in terms of contribution for community infrastructure later, that would suggest a financial contribution of £70 per square metre of built floor space. Would that be correct if I understood that? Because we are, if we're assuming 15 plus dwellings, and if we said something in the order of maybe 80 square metres per dwelling, just assume an indicative for the time being, that would be a financial contribution of perhaps £400,000 or thereabouts towards community infrastructure. Would that be the sort of figures we might be looking at, please?
My mental math isn't that fast, but it would be the going rate set out in the supplementary planning document on SIL. It would be in accordance with that, which if it's at 70, then yes, it would be at that rate.
Thanks, that's helpful. Some of the objections have focused on the fact that government housing targets don't exist anymore in the way that the objectors have understood it. And so, for example, there's no requirement to build to a certain land supply figure. That's the way that certain objectors have expressed it. Could you talk me through whether that position's correct or not, and what government's actually requiring local councils to do as we speak, please?
Gladly clarified as we speak, because as we speak, it's as it has been previously, which is there are housing targets which the council is required to meet, and that the presumption in favour of sustainable development is to be taken very seriously and given great weight in planning decisions, unless there are overriding objections which have not sort of materialised in this proposal. So we still have to meet housing targets. The council's housing land supply figure is something like 2 and a bit years, and we're required to have 5 years. So we do have a shortfall, which we're seeking sites to meet, which this site would contribute to.
So the abolition of housing targets that objectors will have heard mentioned on TV by government is more an aspiration of what government's trying to do, not an actual specific policy change as we speak. So there are still housing targets currently. Would that be correct?
Unless the NPPF was published today, no, it's correct as today, yeah, which I don't think it was. I haven't had an email telling me that, so no. Current position is we still have housing targets despite discussions that have been going on.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Any further questions? Councillor Brooke, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Just one clarification. Some residents were talking about the infrastructure not in place, and GP surgeries, etc., are oversubscribed. Can you just clarify, when we're asking for section 106 and there's amount, I think 37,000 put in there, what's the kind of thing that goes to reassure residents that money can be used for the area of concern?
The Section 106 agreement is the only mechanism by which the NHS can really secure funding for future needs for their services from the planning and development process. What we do is we consult the NHS, and they've responded saying there's a shortage of GP services in the area. Is anyone else getting feedback? Yeah. Stand back from the edge of the stage. So the NHS have responded saying that they anticipate there's a shortage in this area and that the proposed development would make that more acute, and so they've requested contributions towards providing more GP services in the area, and they've quantified that in their response and made a figure of 621 per dwelling on average. So we're seeking to secure that through Section 106 agreement from the developer at an appropriate time in the building of the development. Yeah, does that clarify? And then after that, the council would collect the fund, and it would be transferred to the NHS. It would be its use would be proscribed by the clause in the agreement, and probably as been advised before by our legal advisor that a separate agreement between the council and the NHS would probably be required to ensure that they do spend it on what it's been collected for and used within a reasonable timescale to provide the services it was originally intended for.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Brooke? Okay, thank you. Okay, next, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. More or less on the back of that, can you assure the committee that the commercial space will be kept as commercial and not be taken up by residential at a later date, please?
Thank you, Councillor. I've recommended a condition. Which one is it? Yes, condition 5, that the commercial space be up to 70 square metres and used for uses within use class E and use class FB2, which was the more community type uses. At this stage, we don't know quite where that would be or what form it would take. Perhaps at reserved matters, it would be useful to secure that and prevent any sort of unwanted changes of uses within those use classes. And once we know where it is, how big, and what its relationship is with residential uses around it, but I would expect that like details, and especially if it was a cafe, you'd probably want to put hours of operation uses on it. So that would see that happening at reserved matters stage, but at present it's just to limit the scope of the general class and the floor space area.
Thank you. Councillor Billings, I believe you have a question.
Yeah. Thank you again, Ms Pageant. Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to, again, picking up some of the points that some of the objectors have made, and some of them highlighted the benefits were that entire site to be left for community open space, and have looked at this from the perspective of delivering open community area for recreation, and have referenced the history about how White Rock came to be as a development site and the amount of open space that was originally proposed in there. Would there be any basis that this committee could use to say that actually building on that site, as much as the houses you've set out earlier are needed because of the housing target, would there be any basis the committee could point to in relation to the need for delivering public open space and saying that actually that site couldn't be used? Would members have any grounds on that?
I'll take you to the history slide that I've got. So the original outline permission for White Rock sees this site within this pale blue area, which is labelled as the local centre, phases to be agreed, no specific proposals. A further layout, does it? I don't know if somebody showed me how to do things. So it shows within that pale blue area in the northern, see, as soon as you put the button on it, it shrinks again, but you've had a quick glimpse. This area in the north, hope you took sort of memory photo of it, that would be an office development in style, and the bit to the south was shown as possibly public open space. But those were also indicative drawings. The site was not subject of any reserved matters applications under that outline permission, and the timing within which such applications could be made ended in April 2016. And no other mechanism for timing the delivery of a local centre was agreed. So from the outline application and reserved matters following that, nothing's been determined for the site. There have been no subsequent full or outline planning applications other than the current one for this particular site either. So as such, there's no specific use or development that's been previously approved on the land. The overall White Rock development site, which as you can see from here, it doesn't include the pale sort of faded out areas with the red dots round, but it does include all the other coloured bits of land. It was a large piece of land, and the description of development included 15 hectares of open space. The applicants did a calculation showing that the green belt in the middle, which is called Central Belt, was to have playing fields and general public open space on it, and that area, and allotments where there's a blue triangle, which is probably difficult to see, but allotments up there. The pitches are in this area, and this area is public open space, and it's linked by footpaths down here to the woodland walk, which then leads back into the housing areas of White Rock. That area is about 8 or 9 hectares. There are other areas within the residential phases that include play areas and more informal open space. And the calculation was done that approximately 14.58 hectares had already been provided within the White Rock area. So this site would provide 3.3 hectares, which leaves a very small shortfall of just around 1/10 of a hectare. And it would be, you'd have to weigh making a refusal on that ground against the benefit of the housing, and also the quality of the public open space that's being offered. It's not amenity edging on the, well, part of it's next to the roundabout, but the majority of it is within the centre of the site, quieter, away from the traffic, and well-equipped play areas and footpaths through. That's what's being indicated, and it's definitely recommended to be secured by permission, that you by a condition that that amount of space is provided on the site and has the 2 play areas on it. So I think it's on balance, but that shortfall is overcome by the quality of what's being proposed, is my answer to that.
So I'd be correct to understand that whilst on an early stage proposal this was public open space, no conditions were put on to ensure that was delivered in that way, and since then the design of the area as a whole has changed in terms of what's being delivered where, and the total amount of open space that was prescribed has been delivered, is pretty much been delivered, just not on this site. Broadly, if we simplified it, would that be broadly correct?
That would be correct. There's also the woodland walk to the south in the orange area on that map, which is quite a large area. So I would say that your interpretation is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay, thank you. In that case, we will move to the debate. Who would like to start the debate? Thank you, Councillor Paignton. Save the day. Thank you.
Someone should. I think I'm in a place for this one where I think we'd struggle to refuse this one, and I'm particularly glad to see that commitments around affordable housing have been met in this outline application. So unless I can be swayed by any ensuing debate, I think I'll be supporting this one.
Thank you, Councillor Paignton. Any other debate? Councillor Billings, thank you.
During the officer presentation, Chair, we discussed, and I thought it was really interesting where you put it, Mr. Paignton. You reflected on whether the indicative proposals shown at this stage, which mimicked some of the development on the opposite side of the road, is something that was something that the committee would want to support at a later date. Personally speaking, as the ward councillor, I would have reservations about doing that, but I'm conscious that that's not what we're considering at this stage. I think I'd want to place on record that I think that the indicative design that we've seen at this stage is one that I have great concern with, largely because I don't think that it's picked up enough of the themes that have come out through the neighbourhood plan exercises in terms of what the community's identified as good design. And also reflecting what my community said in relation to their views on this site generally, where there's been quite a lot of strong views that this should be retained. I think if it is going to be lost to development and not going to be a public open space, then it should come forward at least in a way that reflects comments that have come forward through neighbourhood plan design work and workshops in terms of what reflects medium quality or good quality design, not what communities have previously expressed reservations on. But that said, and whilst trying to speak on behalf of my residents, I would struggle to work out how we would refuse this if we wanted to as a council, because we currently have this situation where we have a shortage of housing, we have a housing supply requirement. This is providing housing, and as much as it's unfortunate that previous councils didn't identify through conditions the retention of that site as public open space, given it's quite prominent in terms of the way that wider area is accessed, we've got the position that we have, and there's only so much we can go with. So I wouldn't have any strong points, Councillor Paignton, to put against the proposal that you wanted to put on the table, as much as I would like to do so on behalf of my residents who have expressed concerns about this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Councillor Fox.
I broadly agree with Councillor Billings in terms of the need we have for housing, which is critical and has been pointed out in the presentation. We're so low in relation to what is required. And again, I confirm that the MPPF was alive and well this morning, in relation to the government requirements on housing, despite some of the talk in the press and the media. So I'll have to go along with that. And then in terms of the relationship with the broader area that you can see on the slide, and in particular in relation to the open space, I think this fits in well, and I, again, will be supporting the application.
Thank you very much. Councillor Billings.
I think also, Chair, I'd probably highlight that the description of the development is up to 60. And whilst I personally have strong concerns in relation to the indicative layout we've seen, other developments falling within the description of up to 60 with alternative layouts, this committee, I'm assuming at some later date, will see something, and hopefully we'll see something that expresses the delivery of that quantum in an alternative way. And that would I think be a substantial improvement on what we've got now. It's not an ideal situation, but we've got to provide the housing, because that's unfortunately where we are.
Thank you, Councillor Billings, for your response.
Can I just point out
yes, certainly.
that,
Like to come in.
just hearing that you have reservations about the indicative layout, you might want to consider conditions 1 and 3. They both refer to the indicative layout being part of the approval, so if you had reservations, you might want to rethink that wording.
Thank you for the clarity. Any further questions from around the table? From members? Okay, thank you very much. Well, do we have a proposer then? Thank you. Councillor Penny.
I'm happy to move approval as per recommendation in the written report.
Whoops, thank you. And do we have a seconder? Councillor Torchard.
I'm happy to second Madam Chairman along the lines that we expressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Billings.
Madam Chair, just picking up that earlier discussion, I think we could achieve the essence of what Councillors Paignton and Tolchard wanted to do, but with slight revisions to the wording of conditions 1 and 3 to remove the commitment to the indicative details. I think that would deliver our quantum of housing. I don't think we need to agree at this stage an indicative layout. That certainly wasn't one that we were necessarily focusing on site. So perhaps we could be happy with that minor amendment.
Councillor Pentley, would you like to reply?
Yes, I'm happy to incorporate that.
Thank you very much. Any further debate on the proposer and the seconder? No, everybody happy that they have come to a conclusion with their debate? Okay, thank you very much. In that case, we will go to the vote. All in favour? That's 7 members, and against? And abstentions. Councillor Billings. Thank you very much. Thank you. In that case, that application is approved. I think at this stage we will take a 10-minute comfort break to allow you to stretch your legs, etc. And we will resume at just after 4 o'clock. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to take your seats, we are now going to resume. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to the last application of the afternoon, which is item 7, and that is to consider an application for Merida, Parkhill Road, Torquay. The clerk has confirmed those who have registered to speak upon entry to the meeting. I will therefore ask Mr. Ross Wise to introduce the application, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So the application is for the maintenance, repair, refurbishment and alteration of a Grade 2 listed building, Merida, Parkhill Road, Torquay. The application involves the retention of works previously carried out by previous owners of the building, in addition to those carried out by the current owners. In addition to that, there's also some rectification works following discussions with the owners and elements that were considered unacceptable at pre-application stage. So you can see the site here outlined in red, hopefully the pointer. Here we go, Merida just here. Merida is, as mentioned, Merida is a Grade 2 listed building located within the Lincoln's Conservation Area. It's adjacent to the Torquay Harbour Conservation Area, so quite sensitive. Merida has been considered to be of medium significance, with its heritage values mainly residing in its architectural or aesthetic interest and its historical value. This is largely as a result of its, as an early building within the area after the division of much of the land in Torbay, especially in Torquay, and the architectural detailing, which is reflective of its time and the traditions of the time, with Italianate features. As stated, the applicant has put forward a number of works, and these are listed within the design and access statement. Retrospective permission is therefore sought for internal layout changes in the cellar, ground floor and first floors, formation of an internal area below the crown roof, replacement of internal doors, replacement of internal floor coverings, replacement of internal skirting boards in isolated locations to match the historic examples where they exist, replacement radiators, general repair of internal and external plasterwork. Painting of the external plasterwork, repair and redecoration of the existing shutters, redecoration of timber doors, replacement rainwater goods, replacement fascias and soffits, replacement roof light, replacement satellite dish, replacement garden gate, removal of old clay external service water drainage pipes, boundary wall repairs, re-roofing works, structural repairs, replacement of timbers, extension of the crown roof adjacent to the canted bay extension. The new works proposed: provision of shutters to match existing where removed, relocation of the CCTV cameras, alteration of the finish of external lighting, removal of a new canopy at the basement level to the entrance, replacement of all UPVC elements and external soil vent pipes, new roof lights, replacement UPVC doors and windows, erection of a new boundary fence, construction of a new external patio area, and reinstatement of a dormer window to the south of the building. So I'll just take you through the site now. So here we have an aerial view reflecting the previous mapping image. You can clearly see the building, and some of the works are proposed to be retained, which are those within the roofscape generally here. You can see they're quite clear, the 5 roof lights on the crown roof. This is the existing site plan. So again, here you should be able to clearly see the external roof lights as the most kind of visible, the change here. So now going through the elevations here, just as existing. You can see the general arrangement here with the north, west, east and south elevations. The floor plans here, the basement ground first, and you can also clearly kind of see here the evolution of the building. You can see the original extent of the building just in here. This is thought to be mid-19th century, so Historic England's listing identified this as 1830s, although it doesn't appear on the 1849 tithe map, so we've kind of taken that with a pinch of salt and it'll be mid-19th century. There's a later extension here. This is constructed between 1880 and 1906, as it appears on historic mapping at 1906. And then there's some general further flat roof extensions to the side and rear here, constructed in the 1940s, sorry. This is the proposed site layout plan. Clearly see here, this is Parkhill Road, the entrance, a new store, the proposed fence along here, a new gate, and new patio here. You can see largely the site plan is to remain as exists, and these items here that are identified as new items don't require in themselves listed building consent and will be the subject of a future application for planning permission. Okay, here you can see the proposed elevation. So they're largely, as the works are largely for the retention of the works already carried out, the existing and proposed elevations are incredibly similar. You should have hopefully had time to review those, and obviously we've walked through on site the changes that are there. Here we have the proposed internal layouts, so you can clearly see the new works, those proposed, and those proposed to be retained. So in the basement here, you can see this small storage area within the cellar below this canted bay extension. The ground floor here, you can see just highlighted in orange, a number of new internal doors, new partitions in blue, and a few situations where we've got some blocked openings just in red, just there. On the first floor, within the room, the spaces within the crown roof, again you can see a number of internal partitions, doors, and a new access just through here as well. Here you hopefully should be able to see in blue these squares here. These are the roof lights. Obviously they're above and they'll be shown on the roof plan. The applicant has helped us here just to clearly show all of the changes externally, just with colour coding, just so you can kind of get an idea of the scale of the works and completed by who. So in pink here on this west elevation, you can see that this section of roof was replaced by the previous owner, whereas in comparison, all of the light blue areas to these tiled pitch sections were undertaken by the existing owner. You can see in orange, new rainwater goods. These are proposed to remove all of any UPVC from the building and reinstating cast iron to match some original examples where we have them. There's also some new fascias and soffits, I believe, which I think are identified in blue. Hardwood to the profile to match the original examples. It's also worth noting this section here, which we kind of discussed kind of in detail on site earlier. This is the existing French-style doors, double doors, in an area of the roof which has undergone some change, and this is proposed to be removed and a small dormer window to match that on the north elevation. Here again you can see the roof plan, which shows the changes to the roof a bit more clearly. So the blue, again, replaced roof coverings, felted, new battens, new tiles, undertaken by the existing owner, and the pink as undertaken by the previous owner. You can see the number of additional roof lights. So the green here identifies the presence of a previously existing roof light, which is shown on historic imagery, and 4 additional roof lights within this crown roof section here, with additional 5 roof lights to the side and rear in the later 1940s extension. Councillors, earlier you kind of requested a bit of imagery, just some clarification of those French doors within the attic space. So this is 1947 mapping available from Historic England. So this is where the French doors are currently positioned, and you can see that there is a presence of a small dormer window in there, inset, similar to that shown in the north elevation, the same imagery from Historic England. So you can see there's a level of consistency there. In addition, I thought I'd show a photo of an element we didn't get to visit earlier, just from outside of the site. So this is where a section of boundary wall was obviously significantly collapsed, and the owners have reinstated the wall using the existing stone from the site and using lime mortar. To the height also, you can see no change in height there. So one of the other points of discussion on site was to do with the roof alterations and just this kind of connection here between the original roof, so the original roof slope being here, sorry, just starting at the bottom here, running up and abutting this canted bay extension, which was constructed, prior to 1906, and there were questions to do with this kind of glazed light here, which runs along the stairwell, and how the roof alterations would have affected that. So you can see it's got that rounded head. Apologies, but this is the best image I had from my site visit previously, just to understand the detail, but it does run up higher. The flashing obviously runs a bit higher as well. So it does appear like as if the roof alteration works, have kind of encompassed this as well. So there is a change in height here. It's also useful to understand that the area behind this wasn't formally infilled, and as part of the proposal to remove a poor quality detail, the applicants infilled a section of the roof between the original element of the house and the canted bay extension. It's probably best if I show you just that section here on the roof plan. Oh, sorry, I've gone too far. Just this section here in light blue just hatched. So you can see on the previous roof plan, we've got the pitch roof running all the way around there, and then this section here, a flat roof infilled to meet it. So there's a few alterations here. With regard to the roof lights, after concerns raised, the applicant has agreed to reduce the prominence of the roof lights, reducing their protrusion from the roof plane by 100 millimeters. So you can see here the protrusion is 250, and we go down to 150 in this one here. 150 is generally the accepted limit for this kind of level of protrusion in exposed locations to meet the necessary standards to prevent water ingress. Okay, so just running through the local plan policies. So in terms of sustainability and the presumption in favour of sustainable development, primarily here the focus is on the environmental role and the historic environment. Sustaining heritage values is likely to contribute to environmental sustainability, not least because much of the historic environment was designed for a comparatively low energy economy. Many traditional buildings and building materials are durable and perform well to meet the energy needs of the occupants who use them. Their removal and replacement would require major reinvestment of energy and resources. The proposal continues to provide a long-term use for the building that has embodied energy within its fabric and its sustainable location, providing a sustainable lifestyle opportunity that may be less reliable on cars and reduce the need for travel. So really here, the two main issues are quite intrinsically linked, and they are the design and the impact on heritage assets. So as set out in my report, I've clearly identified the elements of the proposal, their impact, and the overall weight given to that impact in the overall balance. It's clear, obviously, there's been some negative impacts, and these are quite clearly outlined as well. It's also important to remember that not all loss of fabric, historic or otherwise, results in harm to the overall significance of the building, and that is being considered to be the case in this instance. Where necessary, and as indicated, the applicant has provided commentary within the submitted heritage and design and access statements to justify their approach taken to the works and those that are considered to be harmful. In this regard, the works were required to make the building weatherproof, structurally sound, and provide natural light to rooms within the crown roof. In this instance, the works to the crown roof were considered to be justified. The applicant has included many additional works for repair and redecoration, replacing and reinstating many elements that would contribute positively to the overall significance using appropriate materials, craftsmanship and finishing. So to conclude, the various works of repair, alteration are considered to be acceptable from a policy perspective, subject to appropriate conditions. The proposal is recommended for approval. The proposed development is considered to represent sustainable development and is acceptable having regard to the local plan policies, the Torquay neighbourhood plan, the MPPF and all other material considerations. The proposal is recommended for approval, subject to conditions outlined, with the final wording delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency. The resolution of any new material considerations that may come to light following Planning Committee is to be delegated to Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency, including any additional information necessary further planning obligations or conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. I have had a number of requests to speak on this application, and I have exercised my discretion as chairwoman to allow additional speakers and have permitted additional time for speakers both in support and against. So first of all, I call Mr. Jamie Staples to address the meeting against the application. Mr. Staples, if you'd like to come to the desk there. You have 5 minutes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If we'd like to keep a little bit of silence and we can all hear what Mr. Staples has to say. So you have 5 minutes, Mr. Staples, and we will let you know when there's just 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
I stand before you today as someone who once worked as your Senior Planning Enforcement Officer for 7 years. And back then we had teeth. Some of those seated here today will remember that I was known throughout the council for my honesty, fairness, consistency, and above all, my integrity. I'm hoping that integrity is something which is still valued by this committee. The applicants own a successful development company, meaning that it is inconceivable that they were not fully aware of the planning regulation and laws underpinning the planning system before they purchased Merida. In fact, they were informed by estate agents John Couch and had written confirmation via a full building survey. They were also informed by neighbours and previous owners of the responsibilities of owning a Grade 2 listed building. The application before you has 21 unauthorised alterations, not including the ones that have not been registered or listed. So, does that not mean that each criminal breach of listed building was flagrant? Even when the applicants were told by the enforcement officer to stop work last year, they nevertheless continued at a pace. On the 30th of July 2022, on behalf of the objectors, I wrote a highly detailed 20-page report to your enforcement officer, which contained photographic evidence of multiple unauthorised alterations which had occurred since the applicants took ownership. I advised at length how, why and what enforcement should be taken immediately because of the criminal activity that had occurred. No enforcement action was taken. The right decision was not made in terms of policy, procedure or law. it's not too late. Listed building legislation states there's no time limits for taking enforcement action. I am an academic. I'm a planning academic and field expert in that field. So when I say that this report is both inaccurate and misleading, appropriate weight should be given to that statement. It's inaccurate in terms of its interpretation of policy and irreversible harm caused, and it's misleading in terms of multiple key alterations which have taken place, many which have not been mentioned at all. The roof, for example, has been raised not by 100 millimetres, but it's been raised by 1.8 metres, and now has a much far steeper pitch than it did before. There was never a link door into the newly raised roof area from the first floor master bedroom. The detailing of the newly fitted windows as compared with the originals, lost forever. Small single craft door windows at the rear, removed and replaced with double doors, lost forever. And vertical slate hanging, which was never part of the historical building, is out of character for that period and lost forever. And 10 roof lights in a Victorian villa, really? Not being harmful, as said in the report? Unfortunately, time constraints prevent me from expanding further, but it's clear that because officers may have been hoodwinked or seduced, and Historic England were not consulted with, nor did you have a qualified listed building conservation officer in your team at the time, incorrect. Judgments have been made in terms of the accumulative effect and the harm that's been caused of this listed building of national importance. The planning system and those responsible for discharging it are not supposed to act as advocates for unsympathetic developers or allow continued harm to Torquay's cultural and historic identity. Once it's gone forever. It's not the role of this planning committee to take the easy route or be led blindly like its officers. You are here to make the harder decisions, to maintain public confidence in the planning system and protect our sense of place and unique identity in that place. And I respect and thank you in advance for that. So, we as Torquaynians, and everyone in fact, good and bad, are watching what you do next. Do you really want to be remembered as someone who has allowed one of our beautiful buildings and sense of identity we have because of it to be desecrated in the way that it has? You have only two credible options today. Number one, refuse this application and allow the applicants to appeal. Or two, refuse and instruct your officers to take immediate enforcement action. I'm sure you have much to debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Staples. If you would like to take your seat back in the public gallery. Thank you very much. I now call Mr. Mike Cowdrey on behalf of Wellswood Community Partnership to speak against the application. Mr. Cowdrey, you have 5 minutes and the clerk will let you know when you have just 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Thank you. I am the chairman of the Wellswood Community Partnership. My presentation has the support of the majority of the steering group, and I believe it also reflects what the majority of the community partnership members would wish me to say. This is the Historic England listing for Merida. To summarise, it describes the external appearance of this 1830s villa. The listing emphasises features such as French windows with Venetian shutters, sash windows, panelled doors and so on. These have been removed and new ones installed without permission. It recognises that the interior is likely to retain many features of interest. Since this slide was produced, it has been confirmed that Historic England were not consulted during these works. Whilst not a legal requirement, this would have been the proper way to proceed. Furthermore, neither the applicant's surveyor nor the case officer appear to be qualified in the specialist subject of conservation. One objector who lived at Merida until it was sold to the present owners reports that Merida was not in disrepair or suffering any water ingress, and as a whole, the building was in sound condition. To summarise some of the harmful changes made to the property, original handcrafted windows and doors, which the previous resident says were in good working condition have been replaced with off-the-shelf timber and new PVC windows. Roof heights have been increased and roof lights installed to create habitable space inside. The original bespoke woodwork and joinery will have been lost. The previous resident says the roof has had a major appearance overhaul with changes to the pitch, gully and dormer. These unauthorised changes have significantly altered the building appearance, but for obvious reasons we do not know what has been changed internally. But in all likelihood, the building will be delisted if the original features are not restored. Principal reasons for the community's objections are non-compliance with National Planning Policy Framework and multiple local plan and Torquay neighbourhood plan policies. This will be addressed by the chairman of the Torquay Neighbourhood Forum shortly. 32 objections have been made by members of the community because preservation of our heritage is of vital interest across the bay. People are concerned that if approved, this will set a dangerous precedent and jeopardise other heritage buildings. Furthermore, retrospective approval of this application will allow complete anarchy and a breakdown of the planning process. Now, in dealing with unauthorised developments, Torquay Council has a spatial planning enforcement policy. This presents the legal position that local planning authorities have a discretionary power to take enforcement action where unauthorised development has taken place. The circumstances, degree of harm and impact and on the wider public interest are all highly relevant to this case. And, as I am sure you know, carrying out unauthorised works to a Grade 2 listed building is a significant criminal offence. The Spatial Planning Enforcement Policy document includes an expediency flowchart. The top left decision box asks whether the breach relates to a listed building. In this case, the answer is yes. The arrow goes directly to the right, saying if issue the appropriate enforcement notice accompanied by a stop notice if required. Torbay Council has not done this. Then either the breach should be resolved, or if there's still no compliance, then prosecution should be considered. We conclude that the Council has not been following its own process.
1 minute
There
remaining.
is, thank you, this is my final slide. There is strong community opposition to this application. Conservation of our heritage is high up the local agenda. We are told by the case officer's report that these changes should be accepted, but the changes have not been assessed by a competent person. These were deliberate acts undertaken knowing the listed status of the building. If approved, a dangerous precedent will be set. Why should anybody else bother with following the rules? The law takes conservation of listed buildings seriously, but does Torbay Council? On behalf of the community, I urge you to refuse this planning application. Don't rubber stamp it, just say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cowdery. If you'd like to take your seat, thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Rodney Horder, who speaks on behalf of Torquay Neighbourhood Plan Forum. Dr. Horder, you have 5 minutes, and the clerk will let you know when you have just 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This statement has been reviewed and approved by the steering group of the Torquay Neighbourhood Forum. In your papers, the planning officer notes that our consultee response requests that this application be refused as it sets a precedent. He fails to mention the significant level of non-compliance with the development plan policies. In our opinion, the requirements of none of the applicable local plan or neighbourhood plan policies have been met. For example, multiple architectural features on this Grade 2 listed building have been destroyed, contravening local plan policy SS10. 2 additional flats have been created that do not comply with building regulations and are unsafe, contravening policies SDT1, TO1 and DE3. The detrimental impact on a listed building results in loss of on-site heritage building features. This is incompatible with policy statement HE1, which says changes of use demolition or development which damage the fabric or character of a listed building will not be permitted. The modifications to the Grade 2 listed building are incompatible with policy statement in DE1. Development should be well designed, respected, and enhancing Torbay's special qualities. The building height is not appropriate to the location, historic character, and the setting, in conflict with DE4 and TH8. And the alterations already undertaken do not safeguard and enhance the historic qualities and elements as required by TH10. Merida is a listed building, and this application is for listed building consent. The law requires listed building consent for the demolition of a listed building or for its alteration or extension in any manner which would affect its character as a building of special architectural or historic interest. It is a criminal offence under Section 9, Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990, to execute certain types of works in relation to a listed building without first obtaining the authorisation of listed building consent. In view of the previously unauthorised works, it is unbelievable that Historic England were not invited to give a consultee response on a scheme of this magnitude. Although the proposal to replace the UPVC windows with timber windows is laudable, Historic England has strict requirements on both the design of the windows and the glazing. As the owner of a listed building myself, I am familiar with the need to meet their requirements. Only building control and the forum appear on the total consulted list. Consequently, there is no comment from Historic England on the document list. This is a major failure by the planning officer. How can you as a committee approve this application for so much work without any input from Historic England? The forum regards this application as an attempt to subvert planning law by making unapproved modifications to a Grade 2 listed building and retrospectively seeking their approval. From a procedural point of view, this process essentially gives developers the freedom to ignore planning requirements and to do whatever they want. Your decision should not be weighted in favour on the basis that work has been carried out and it is a done deed. Approval of this retrospective application would set a dangerous precedent that the Council can overrule planning policies and the law. The Forum asks that you refuse this application based on the non-compliance with policies and the absence of consultation with Historic England. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Horder. Our next speaker is Councillor Joyce. Would you like to come to the table, please? As usual, Councillor Joyce, you have 5 minutes, and the clerk will let you know when you have just 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee, for enabling me to speak this afternoon. First and foremost, I would like to thank Mr. Staples, Dr. Horder and Mr. Cowdery for their statements on the application on Merida today. Thank you in particular to Mr. Staples with your vast experience and knowledge of Torbay planning and enforcement. Wellswood is a proud conservation area which is recognised in the community plan. This application has had over 30 objections. I'm really sad and disappointed, in fact, to be here today and somewhat angry. In relation to Wellswood, I would just like to say that we've been here before in relation to other buildings and listed buildings, and I didn't think we would come back again to revisit them in the near future. In relation to Dr. Horder and Mr. Staples, I don't want to go too much into what they've already talked about, but there's some very much overarching things that I do want to go through. They've talked about the multiple additions and embellishments which contravene SS10, SDT1, TQ1, DE3, HE1, DE1, DE4, TH8, TH10, and the list goes on. It's not a shopping list, unfortunately. It's just contravening the building regulations and relating to the neighbourhood forum. In relation to Mr. Staples talked about his letter on behalf of the objectors when he detailed his 20-page letter on the 30th of July. He reported this to the enforcement officer, which contained photographic evidence of the multiple unauthorised alterations which had occurred since the applicants took ownership of Merida. He described at length what enforcement action should have been taken, and with his considerable experience and knowledge of enforcement and planning, also advised the council. Again, to no avail. Planning departments are the guardians of all planning regulations. Mr. Staples indicated that on this application, Torbay Planning were to have arrived quite late to the party, and this is extremely disappointing. I'm extremely concerned that the perception of this application is that developers and owners of listed buildings will think there are no measures of accountability in their actions and no strict enforcement on any contravening breaches or regulations and policies. The correct response, of course, to any situation coming from the past in which enforcement has not been conducted properly is not to brush over it, but get the response right this time. What are the learns from this? Is this a learn or will this be an action? In conclusion, we must respect and follow the law. We must enforce where necessary. We must ensure our listed buildings and Torbay's heritage is preserved. And I do hope the committee members would individually and collectively look at this application in its full context, to respect, to preserve, and don't set dangerous precedents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. I now call Councillor Nick Bye to address the meeting. Councillor Bye, you have 5 minutes, and the clerk will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. I think the first thing to say is the fertile soil of the Wellswood ward seems to encourage planning hot potatoes to flourish. I want to say thank you to you for bringing this to the committee. I made a request that this application came to the committee, which you very kindly supported. Without that intervention, it would not have come to the committee. It would have been approved, as I understand it, under delegated powers by the case officer. I made that request because of the volume of objections, in particular an objection from the Neighbourhood Forum, and you've heard from the chairman this afternoon. And in my naive way, I thought originally, certainly, the complexity of the issues raised. Having said all that, the question, if I was on the committee this afternoon, would be to ask to a suitably qualified person around the table, how much should the committee's judgment be coloured by the fact this is a retrospective application? When you look at the objections, and we've heard the speeches this afternoon, it seems the great volume of objections are on the basis that work has been undertaken on a Grade 2 listed building in a conservation area.
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't call out. We do need to hear what the speaker says so we can make a proper informed decision.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been 4 speeches against. This is one in favour. Let's get to it. And I am batting on a very sticky wicket, and I may need to leave before the meeting concludes, and possibly just to get away comfortably. But the bulk of the objections do seem to be on the process, less on the matters in hand. That is my interpretation.
Excuse me, Councillor Bye. I really must impress on the public gallery that you really must be quiet so we can hear everything that Councillor Bye has to say. If not, then I will have to result in clearing the public gallery, and we will have to do it without. So please, please, let's have a little bit more understanding so we can carry on this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So on the assumption this is a planning committee, and you are looking at the merits or otherwise of the work that's already been undertaken with the view to allowing retrospective or refusing retrospective permission and giving consent to what else is to come forward, I would ask you to consider. I know you viewed and I visited the site on Saturday, and I'm sorry to say if it upsets people, in my untrained view, but as a resident who is equally passionate about maintaining and preserving the heritage of the Wellswood area, work has been undertaken that I would judge to be quite meticulous and maintaining, enhancing and preserving in particular the external appearance of the building, and inside I saw restored wooden shutters, restored cornices and ceilings. Work has been undertaken, I would say, to a very, very high standard, and I believe many people in the community would applaud and say they wish that that could be replicated elsewhere. The 25 items listed in the officer's report, 7 are judged to be enhancements, 14 are judged to have a neutral impact, and only 4 are judged to be harmful. I would suggest, Madam Chairman, members direct their attention on the 4 harmful changes, and would need, as I understand it, to come to the view that it is genuinely harmful, rather than the officer's view is that it is less than substantial harm, so real harm to the integrity of the building. The roof height has been raised 100 millimetres. That, looking on the internet, is a matter of inches. If there was a printing mistake and it was 1,000 millimetres, that would still be, given the massive size of that roof, a relatively modest elevation. The roof lights are noticeable if you walk up to Rock End Avenue, but otherwise much, much less so. So please consider this. I believe that our historic villas and buildings need to have a sustainable future, and often that is wise to take a pragmatic approach. Members, I'm sure, will be aware of another villa in the Lincoln's conservation area that was listed, where the officers took a purist approach and the applicants went to appeal, and they largely won their appeal. Consider what the response would be from many members of the community if you were to turn down, refuse this application. Realistically, are people going to put the villa back to how it was 2 or 3 years ago? Realistically, are you going to actually reduce the council, as I suspect, into a laughing stock, given the very poor quality of many other 19th century buildings?
Thank you, Councillor
including
Bayo.
those
5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just say, if I have to go early, it is to attend a Children's Services meeting, not in...
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you. Our next speaker, I call Mr. Mike Walsh to address the meeting in support of the application. Mr. Walsh, you have 10 minutes, and the clerk will let you know when you have just 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. My name's Mike Walsh, and I'm a Chartered Building Surveyor at Cross Surveyors, and I'm here today to speak in support of the application on behalf of the applicants, Mr. and Mrs. Wiggins. The submitted information and the officer's report include a lot of detail, and it's not necessary for me to restate it all here today, and I don't have the time. So I intend to be brief and cover the application generally and address some of the objections that we've heard here today. First off, I think it's important to set out what this application is and what it covers. It's a part retrospective listed building consent application primarily to regularise works undertaken in part by the applicants but also by previous owners. It also covers some additional proposed rectification works by the applicants to address issues with the works that they have undertaken, but also to address works undertaken by previous owners. The process of this application is relatively simple. First, you establish the significance of the property. Then you identify what works have been undertaken to the property. This allows you to assess the extent to which they have caused harm to the building and its significance. From this, you can determine the extent to which these works are suitable for retention or whether further works are required to correct issues. The application presented today is the conclusion of a process which has taken in excess of 12 months and sets out what the officer and I consider to be best for the building, taking all relevant factors into account. The recommendation from the officer is that this application is suitable for approval, and we agree. To provide some background to the application, when the applicants purchased the property in November of 2020, it was because they fell in love with it. Their intention was to use it as a family home, and they hoped to ultimately pass this down to future generations to enjoy. When they moved in, they found that whilst the property had evidence of minor damp ingress on the surface, below the surface there were wider issues. When these were investigated, they led to substantial issues with the roof being identified, largely in connection with a failure to maintain the property over the previous 10 to 15 years. It is worth noting here that listed building consent is not required for the repair of listed buildings, though what constitutes repair is open for interpretation. The initial intent of the applicants was one of repair, though they accept that this ultimately led to renewal and alteration being undertaken, which should have required prior consent, and that is not disputed. However, at the point that this was identified, the project was on site, time was of essence, and whilst this is not an excuse, it is understandable. They also accept that some of the works are not acceptable for retention, and further works are required to rectify this. This was the risk that they took when undertaking the works without prior consent. The works undertaken were not done for commercial gain by a property developer looking to cut corners and minimise cost. They were done by a caring owner to protect and maintain the building and make it suitable for their occupation. They sought to protect the historically significant elements of the building, as those are the parts of the building the owners enjoy the most, and they did this well. The value of the repair works to date is into the multiple of hundreds of thousands of pounds, with the rectification works proposed expected to cost a further £50,000 to £75,000. This has therefore not been a profitable exercise for the applicants, which they accept because it was never intended to be such. If the intent had been for profit, the project would likely have stopped halfway through and the building left to fall into further substantial disrepair. To an extent then, it's lucky that the owners of the property are the applicants, because if others had, without the interest of the building at the forefront of their mind, and plainly speaking the funds available, then the building would still be getting worse today. I've used the phrase "in the interest of the building," and it's important to establish what I mean here. The interest of any building is to be maintained, and for it to be maintained it has to be used, and in this case lived in, because when buildings are not occupied, they swiftly fall into disrepair, as seen prior to the applicant's purchase. It is essential, therefore, for the building to be occupied, and therefore an amount of adaptation and alteration to suit the specific needs of the owners who are going to look after it is required. This should be taken into consideration when assessing the impact of the minor alterations which have been undertaken. It is also reflective of the building's history, which is one of periodic change and alteration. This building has never stood still. It has been constantly changing to suit the needs of its owners. That's a fundamental part of its history. I'm now going to briefly discuss the works undertaken. The works can broadly be divided into two categories. First, those which we consider are suitable for retention as existing, and secondly, those which require further works to either mitigate damage caused or reinstate previous arrangements. The vast majority of the works fall into the first category, and I'm not going to set these out in detail. I want to focus instead on a couple of areas where the first category constitute alterations by the applicants. First then to the flat roof structures. Replacement of all the flat roof structures, including the crown roof, has been undertaken throughout, and it's included within the application. Due to the size of the timbers required for the new flat roof to comply with modern standards, the roof has risen by a nominal amount, around about 100 mil, not the 1.8 metres which has been presented previously. I have inspected the roof and I have found that there is absolutely no evidence for such a large increase. The options here were either then to increase the height externally or alter the existing historic roof structure below to accommodate the change, which would have caused further damage to the historic fabric. We considered that this was an essential repair and the only way to undertake the work without causing further consequential damage. In addition to the flat roof works, a section of pitch roof which formed a valley gutter between the canted bay and crown roof was removed by the applicants, as the original arrangement was a persistent cause of damp ingress. We are proposing to retain this element of work as it is considered to be in the interest of the building. As part of the application, there were indications from the local authority and objectors that the applicants had undertaken works to subdivide the lower ground floor into 2 holiday flats. This element was undertaken by previous owners, and whilst this application does seek to regularise this work, there is no other viable alternative other than to regularise the work, as no records remain as to what was previously provided in this area. You would ultimately just be creating further harm to a building for no reason. It was also indicated that they created internal space within the crown roof. This is not true. This has existed since prior to the listing, as shown by the 1940s historic photographs that you saw as part of the officer's presentation. In some places, the works undertaken by the applicants and previous owners do fall short of the standard required to a listed building. Where this has been identified, rectification works are proposed. For example, all elements of UPVC windows installed by the previous owners are to be replaced with new timber windows. And I would note here that the applicants have categorically not replaced any historic sash windows as part of the works that they've undertaken, as noted by objectors. Reinstatement of the rear elevation dormer window, changing it back from a double door to a single window, and adaptations to the roof lights, i.e. the dropping of them as you've seen by the officer. We consider that on completion of the rectification works, the property will be fully compliant with the requirements of the local authority and substantially better than purchased by the applicants. And I would note here that building regulations is not a relevant point to a planning committee. It is proposed to put these works to hand within 24 months of the date of approval. So in terms of objections, firstly, I would note that other than a particular local neighbour, it appears that a substantial proportion of the objections raised are received from those people outside the immediate area of the property. It is considered that a majority of the neighbours immediately around the property support the application or are neutral to it. As I've said, no replacement of timber windows was undertaken. There have been objections today that suggest this application in some way presents a bad precedent to set. The precedent set by this application, if any, is that if you progress with works without consent, you should expect to spend substantial sums justifying the works that you've undertaken after the fact, and that if you are unable to justify that works, as is the case in many points here, you are at risk of having to undertake further costly rectification works to address this. This is the same precedent that exists throughout the country, and it is the normal process in this situation. There is an implication here that the applicants have somehow gotten away with something, which, as shown in the application, is simply not the case. I spoke earlier of the likely value of the rectification works at around 50 to 75,000, which is a large expense. The idea that the applicants have therefore gotten away with something is simply not true. Whilst the applicants accept the process they are in and these further costs, it doesn't mean that the process hasn't been and isn't going to continue to be costly and disruptive to them. To summarise then, the applicants have taken a building that was substantially in disrepair and given it a new life, not for profit, but because they fell in love with the building. The property has been repaired to a place where, with routine maintenance, it can easily be expected to last at least another 200 years in substantially good condition. The works undertaken do fall short in places, and where this is identified, it is proposed to rectify this in a manner that has been agreed with the local authority. The applicants love the building, its character, its historical significance, and the works were always intended to protect and, where appropriate, enhance this, never to detract from it. And the applicants have welcomed the local authority's input as to how it can be improved. We therefore agree with the officer that this application is suitable for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Your 10 minutes are up. Thank you. Thank you. Before I invite questions to the members, I'm just going to hand you over to Mr. Catterall, who has just something to update us with. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It may assist the committee if I set out the legal position, which is the issue before the committee is whether the works are set out in the application, both existing and proposed, are acceptable. Whether those works have already been carried out is not of itself material. The issue is simply whether the works as proposed in the application and existing and proposed are acceptable.
Thank you very much for that clarification. We will now turn to our members and whether we have any questions for the officers. Thank you. Councillor Mandy Darling.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have two questions. The roof that was raised, we've heard lots of different numbers of how much it was raised, and different people think different things. In your opinion, from what you've seen, how much was the roof raised?
Thank you. Sorry, so we've tried to use as much information as we have available to us. Obviously, we have to, request that from the applicant. They're stating that. They provided information, construction details, etc., to, justify their approach. And if it's not true, then they don't have permission for it. So there's that kind of implication. We tried to use reference points. Apologies for not putting a few slides. I didn't have time in to do with the reference points we've tried to use to kind of assess whether that's realistic or not, the 100 millimetres. We use street view imagery across a number of years. It's the easiest way often to get an idea of the change that's happened over time. And in this aspect, we use the chimneys as the reference point, and the details on the chimneys, the distance the previous roof plane sat from these and the one that the existing roof plane does. There's, I think, the chimney closest to the front door, the way we entered earlier, the one closest to that, had some render banding. That's kind of still there. The flashing has just been kind of abutted up to that. So I find it incredibly hard to believe, given that that was, in relative close proximity to the previous roof plane, that it would be over, the amount stated by the applicant.
Thank you. And
excuse me, please. We cannot allow any calling out. We do need to hear all the facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. And my second question is, it states that obviously the applicant needs to do several pieces of work, and it cites in the report 24 months to do this. I think if the applicant's showing commitment to do this, that's quite a long time, and I think maybe a year would be a much better time. I mean, do you have any thoughts on that?
Thank you. So again, this is one of the recommending conditions. We've requested a schedule of works in addition to a timetable of when those works will be carried out. As of yet, we haven't set a time frame, but the applicants have suggested they would do all of the works within 24 months. The inclusion of the schedule of works and timetable is relatively standard, where we want some kind of timelines just so we can, notify interested parties. If they inquire, we can say we're expected this element to be done now, or it's not done now. Rather, the 24 months sometimes is slightly problematic because we could receive a lot of comments in those 24 months, and we wouldn't be any closer without constantly engaging with the applicant to find out if certain elements have been done or not. So that should all be dealt with by condition. With regard to the 12 months, it's quite a short time frame. Some of the works obviously have been started already, but some are quite minor. When it comes to windows, you can imagine there could be quite a long lead time for even construction of windows. So if we were to say that all of the UPVC windows were to be replaced within a year, there's kind of supply chain implications there. There's available joiners. There's kind of a multitude of kind of situations there where that could extend beyond 12 months, given the number of UPVC windows. So agreeing that kind of appropriate schedule of works and appropriate time frame for each element, looking at each one individually and realistically identifying the likely time frame we could secure that reinstatement or alteration seems quite reasonable.
Thank you, Councillor Darling. I think I saw Councillor Fox next. Am I correct? Thank you.
My question really has been asked by Councillor Darling. It's on the roof height. Maybe if we could put the picture up on the screen, which shows the relevant change in the heights near the valley. Can you do that? That's the one, yes. So from that, and from what you were saying on site this morning, the figure of 100 millimetres is a figure given by the applicants. How sure are you, given that there have been other figures mentioned, that professionally you would stand by that figure?
Thanks. So the imagery that we have isn't particularly helpful. The angles aren't great, and those provided by the objector were really useful also to try and understand this. The kind of complexity here comes from the additional increase in height in conjunction with the infill of the valley in here. So there's works that wouldn't be able to be seen because they don't exist here, in addition to the height of the roof. So the two photos aren't, easily comparable. I could probably show you here in the roof plan drawing as well. Just this section here, you can see where the roof intersected the canted bay here. So previously, there would be no thickness of the roof plane here. You wouldn't see it. It would be falling away from you. So where they've infilled it, it's going to have much more, prominence when looking from the garden side. So that's we go by, the information that's put before us, and we've no reason to believe it's any more than the nominal increase that's been suggested by the applicants.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. Can you confirm that the building will be delisted if not restored by replacing the original internal furniture, etc., as was stated?
I can probably say almost guaranteed no. As an internal inspection wasn't carried out at the time, those features that did exist wouldn't have been assessed by Historic England, so that they haven't considered that they are important to the significance of the building at that time. It is very rare that internal inspections are carried out. Normally these are to public buildings, and that's just to do with the level of accessibility when the historic building surveyors were around at that time. Often, some occasions, the front of the building is all that's mentioned. So this one is longer than some residential properties, it's shorter than others. It all depends on how willing they were at the time to describe the building, in 1975. So I would hedge my bets on saying no, given that the reason they would delist it is this building still identifiable by the listing entry and the description provided? And I would say largely it is.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. Sorry. And the other one is, do we have any evidence that the two basement apartments are as dangerous as stated by one of the speakers earlier on, please?
I can't comment personally on the level of danger. I mean, this is a listed building consent application. They would need to be regularised through local authority building control or other, separate external building control. That's not really something I can kind of comment on, I'm afraid, on safety or thereof or lack thereof. I can't. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wise, I wonder if you could help me a little bit. We heard one of our former officers speak about a 1.8 metre rise, and that prompted me to look again at the street view images, because I've seen through the correspondence submitted both by the applicant and also by the objectors lots of photographs, and I've struggled to find any viewpoint where I can correlate the two, and also where I can rely on the fact the photograph itself has not been stretched or pulled or anything to distort its image. I've just tried to line up the height of the front door and window arrangements above it and use that as a guide to the proportions of the roof, and I've done that from an April 2009 street view and to an April 2022 street view. So that before the period we're talking about. Now, I can't reconcile a 1.8 metre roof height rise. I personally, when I've measured it out, I've got a little bit more than 100 mil. I reckon, doing the best I can, I think it was probably more like 150, 200. But I can't reconcile a 1.8 metre rise. Is there a specific point in the building that the objectors are referring to? Because I can't see that, and I'm trying to, because I want to understand the point being made, please. That's my first question.
I think the most notable change is to do with that valley area where there is a real stark contrast in the previous roof level and the existing one, because obviously there was no structure there previously. It was the pitch roof sloping into the canted bay. So there obviously in that location there is a stark increase, but across the roof, you also have to kind of consider the fact that you need falls on a roof to direct the water. So sometimes some areas are nominally higher to direct the water in one direction or the other, so it doesn't pool on the roof like a bathtub. So they suggested 100 mil as a nominal increase, and that's the figure we've kind of gone with, and without a laser pointer and some kind of historic version of that, it's incredibly hard to say. But as I say, I think that is that area which is the largest increase.
Okay, and so viewed from the road towards the principal elevation where the front door is, at that point, the roof height, whether it's what I scaled 150, 200 or 100 mil, it's from that main principal elevation viewpoint, we can't reconcile a 1.8 metre rise.
Sorry, no.
Okay. Then my second question, probably slightly related to that. Going to your report, and looking at the table on pages 87 and 88 of the committee papers, I appreciate for members of the public in that the pagination might be slightly different. We saw on site that the upstairs, like the top floor, whether it was sort of like, I presume, the first floor arrangement, we saw that it was habitable living space, that it was nicely plastered out, there was some bathroom, there was a bedroom area, and those things. I didn't see those in the previous estate agents' particulars that I've seen through the correspondence submitted, and equally I'm aware if that was original built in 1947, it didn't seem to correlate with the type of good quality finish that we're seeing now. Which line item would that relate to, please, in terms of the interior plasterwork to create habitable living spaces up there?
So there is a line that says rooms beneath the crown roof. That's helpful.
Could you help me a little bit, please?
Second page, just below, halfway down. So it's identified as of low significance, modern 20th century fabric. Overall impact is low and has a neutral impact overall in terms of the degree of change to the significance of the building.
Okay. And are we comfortable with that? So if we've got a listed building within the roof space, in that description, I'm assuming, because some of the pictures that I've seen would appear to show the inside of that as a timber space without any plasterboarding. I don't know whether I'm looking at the right thing, and the picture is what I'm seeing now, just at an earlier stage or a different part of the roof. If we took a listed building and we plasterboarded the inside of the roof, are we clear and confident that that's a low impact to the building as a whole?
So it really depends. It's a building by building situation. This one is kind of slightly different to normal, as it's kind of set on the ground floor as we entered, and then there is a significant amount of accommodation in the basement with quite a shallow roof pitch. So historically, in buildings, that had staff or servants, they would live in the building or occupy spaces within the building. And ordinarily, say in most of the villas in Torquay, that would be within the roof space. That's because you've got a much steeper pitch angle. You can accommodate rooms within the roof. This one is slightly shallower, and they've obviously used the basement instead, in my opinion. So there being a lack of fabric in the roof to maybe divide the spaces is probably not uncommon, and it's likely to have been used for storage mainly. It's on the estate agent's photos as well. There's one room I think on there, but the rest isn't mapped. So on that basis, we have, we're starting from a zero. We've got no evidence that there's a loss of historic fabric, and you also kind of have to understand that the roof has changed over time. I did try and set out earlier that this roof is likely to have been a valley roof. It's not of its time. It's not traditional to have a flat roof section that large in the centre, and it normally would have had a valley with an internal gutter draining externally. So during its lifetime, it's obviously any internal fabric has been lost to create that valley in creating the flat roof. So it's largely accepted that it would have been an open space, largely probably used for storage.
So in other words, when the property was built on day one, the roof was a series of, putting this into really simple terms, the roof was a series of triangles. Over time, some of the gaps between those triangles, like the inverted triangles, have been filled in. And so the creation of habitable space within that's less harmful because you're only making habitable space in an area that didn't exist on day one anyway. Is that?
It's kind of understanding that that area of the building no longer kind of holds as much significance as it might have done historically. You've lost the fabric over time. You've got the infill, so that existing feature doesn't contribute positively. It's kind of overall neutral. It's there at the time of listing, so we take it on that basis. And where there's no evidence of loss of fabric, we'd say that as long as the workmanship and the quality is of what is reinstated to create rooms or create partitions, as long as the quality is high and it's not off the shelf, B&Q or type any other kind of type hardware store kind of installations, and it's in line with the the integrity, the architectural features seen elsewhere in the building, also acknowledging that the roof space is of lesser significance and we shouldn't copy. We shouldn't be installing cornicing or picture rail in areas which shouldn't have it and don't deserve to have it, because that's not an important part of the building. So on that basis, the plasterboard and plasterwork, modern materials with high quality finish, with acknowledging the local the details of the building, was acceptable.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Councillor Brooke.
Silly me. I've got a few questions, Mr. Wise. First of all, can I just have the picture up again showing the increase in habitable space on the first floor comparative, what's changed? Well, when we went up the stairs, it looked like the left side was all part of the building, but you had, no, the actual design. Keep going. Floor plan. Okay. So we're upstairs now. We got this issue about the roof's gone up. We don't know 100 millimetres, 6 foot. That's all the debating at the moment. But how much extra space has been derived through what's happened in habitable space? It looks to me like it's everything right to the bay window size, as far as I can tell.
Sure. So for a starting point, we can't say definitively because we don't have previously existing floor plans internally. What we can kind of look at is the space that was created in the flat. Maybe this one's easier. By creating the flat roof, you do create a large volume of space. Yeah. Whether or not it was shown on a plan or not, this is a significant volume of internal space. So it's hard to say how much has been created. The way we've looked at it is that it's been subdivided, essentially, rather than created, because it was created at the time that the flat roof to infill the valley was and that's pre-listing, that's likely 1940s.
Okay. The second question is, if that has been lifted 3-4 feet, so we got all this and it's been done inside, nicely, etc., etc. How do we gauge the level of harm 3 foot as opposed to 100 millimetres?
So I guess it's kind of understanding that kind of progression of the building to begin with, and understanding that the flat roof, did extend higher than the previous, the roof plane, the slope, it did stick up marginally. So acknowledging that as the starting point, and it's then assessing, essentially, if there's no loss of fabric, we'll be looking at the visual aspects. Does it, demonstrably impact its significance so much so that outweighs all of the positive aspects of the proposal? Because it is obviously there are accepted elements of harm here that we've acknowledged that are harmful works, and then balance those against all the positive aspects of the proposal, which is quite clearly set out in both my report and the design access and heritage statements. And obviously you did see today the quality of craftsmanship there internally. So I would say the building is still, it maintains the stepped arrangement, so maybe this is helpful. Even with the additional increase, it maintains the step from the original, the original building, which is here, to the Canted Bay extension. Obviously there's a significant jump between the two. It doesn't negatively, I would say, it doesn't negatively interact with an eaves detail. So you can imagine if this roof plane had been extended much higher, there'd be some quite disastrous detailing around the eaves, the soffit and the gutters. So it's in that aspect, that's how we've looked at it, is given that starting position of the existing non-original flat roof, which doesn't do anything to enhance the building, is the additional increase so significantly harmful that it, in the round, considering everything in the round, that it would outweigh all the positive aspects.
I suppose.
So sorry to answer your question. It's not definitive, but it is a judgment. Okay. We'll be accepting that it's harmful, and that harm has been established as less than substantial. So just in terms of the phrasing there, less than substantial is anything that isn't an enhancement or preservation. So it's not it's okay, it's harmful. And Historic England use the terminology less than substantial, sliding scales of that, from minor to significant, and we're going all the way up then to substantial harm, which is the ultimate end point of how harm can be described. That's often significant loss of a building, large portions of a building which do or did contribute positively to any of the heritage values or the overall heritage significance of the building.
Thank you. I get the point of balance. I suppose we would be getting the positive elements anyway, because it's just going retrospective. Those elements should have been correctly put right anyway. So the second question I had, Ms. Wise, was, this is a retrospective, and I heard comments, from the objectors. Can you outline what the normal proper route should have been, so that how we've got here?
In an absolute best case scenario, with the most, the best case is somebody might apply for pre-application advice before when they think, oh, maybe I'll do some works to my property, I'll submit a pre-application inquiry, I'll see, if that's likely to get any support or not, and maybe I will or won't go ahead following that advice. Then you would either submit an application or not submit an application, maybe on that basis, or if you feel very strongly, you might decide to do the opposite of what the recommendation is and submit it anyway. We would then look at the application, assess it, and either approve or refuse it.
Thank you.
Can I just bring Jim Blackwell in on that point as well, please?
Thank you. I'll just make the point, we've had some criticism about the team earlier on in part of the questions and some of the public speaking. I think it's just important we covered on site as well that we're a team that take heritage crime incredibly seriously. We've got an adopted heritage strategy. We've got a newly appointed Principal Historic Environment Officer. We've got a collaborative team, that informal team that we've created inside the planning team, which is a heritage design team. We've got many years of experience and qualified conservation officers, former conservation. I'm sorry, can I continue talking without being interrupted?
Excuse me, I'll just take over from here. Ladies and gentlemen, I have warned you several times, this really has to be your last chance now. I will have to clear the gallery if we cannot listen to our officers, our speakers, clearly. So please, really has to be the last chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to set out that sequence, so this was brought to our attention. The enforcement team investigated, our officers went out, they established a pathway to a decision. That decision went to pre-application inquiry, then to the application. Along that period, there's been additional information provided by complainants and objectors, neighbours. We've taken that on board, we've challenged the owners, the applicants and the agents. They've provided more information, and the corollary of that timeline has led us to this position now we're making a recommendation. That is not the normal pathway, but it's a pathway we've taken on balance using the best information we have in front of us and an enormous amount of officer time going on site. This isn't something from Google, from estate agents' plans, this is from real life, going into a property, and making those professional judgments. I just thought I'd make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blackwell. Okay, I believe Councillor Pentney, you're next. And then Mr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of applications of this type, is it typical that you wouldn't seek a consultation response from Historic England?
So, Historic England are notified of every single listed building consent application that we have. They receive our weekly list. There's separate kind of planning policy guidance and their requirements of when we consult them and when we don't. So there's a difference between consultation and notification. They're notified of all of our applications and they're entitled to comment on those. Consultation is normally for planning applications and also those higher designated assets. So that's normally major works in a conservation area, so large scale development or grade 2 star listed buildings or higher. It's not normal unless there's significant works of demolition that we would need to kind of engage with them. They are provided with the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Councillor Fox.
My question was similar, really. In how do we view non-comments from Historic England? They've obviously had the information. How much significance, if any, can we sort of put to their non-comment?
So with householder scale development, ordinarily the response that we receive is that they defer to our judgment. It's only where they significantly object. It's not often, unless they're backing a scheme, that they would wholeheartedly comment and support a proposal. They would leave it to the local authority to ensure they're applying national policy and local policy correctly.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Fox? Councillor Billings.
Sorry, Madam Chair, to come back to some further questions. Just looking again and trying to understand this roof height increase and looking again at some imagery from further up Parkhill Road past the junction of Rock End Avenue and looking back down onto the property. And in particular looking at some dates between July 2019 and April 2022. If it was the case that the roof height's gone up more than 100 mil, and we approved the application before us, would that be authorised development or not, please? That's my first question.
The proposed plans are as shown. If it's detailed in the proposed plans and we approve the proposed plans, then it will approve the proposed plans, essentially. So that will form part of the process. So if you were to look at the plans that detail our building heights, those are what is proposed, and if approved, it would approve the drawings.
So if the proposed plans showed an increase more than 100 millimetres, we still would have approved it, finito?
Yes, that is correct, if it did so.
Okay. Thank you. That's my first question. And then secondly, coming back to it, from further up Parkhill Road, looking back down onto the building, you do see quite a lot of roof lights in the building now. Are we clear that there isn't harm looking back down on the roof of the building from the cumulative effect of the number of skylights, please, notwithstanding the fact that as part of the proposals we're proposing to reduce their height?
Sorry, yeah, I believe you might have used my own wording there, but I've established that there is harm from the cumulative effect of the roof lights, acknowledging that one previously existed and it was replaced. We have kind of limited scope there, and the proposed ones would now be consistent between them, but again, that's in the balance. It's acknowledging that the alterations to the crown roof are the principal element of harm here, and that's kind of set out in the table. I've acknowledged that, and then that has been used as almost a plus and minus. If we're balancing here, that is one of the negatives. So I would say it is harmful. Yes, I would agree, and that's kind of one of the most visually prominent aspects, I would say.
And so flowing from that, there could be the opportunity for a slightly revised decision, which was certain bits are okay and certain bits were not, perhaps, if the committee were minded around that.
You have the opportunity through those conditions as well, which have been set out for works, which for further information, so there could be amended details as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Any further questions, please, to our officers this evening? Councillor Tovshard.
Thank you. Could you just outline quickly the work that you're expecting to see in those sort of 24 months or however long?
So
it's already a programme.
Yeah, it's as set out by the applicant, and it's kind of works that we've discussed where we've asked for rectification. It's set out in the report and in their design access statement. The list is, it's not insignificant, and I couldn't say which order would be the best order. And obviously, the 24 months is that suggested timescale. We would probably work closely with them to kind of understand what is reasonable, and if that is 24 months, just identifying a few points along the way. Which items we would expect to see, so we can see that they're still continuing to work proactively with us and positively, so that checking off each of those items as we go along. But yeah, the list is identified in a, I can read it if you like, but it's yeah, largely the rectification works are external. Yeah, sorry, you're correct.
Could I just ask as well about the roof lights, which obviously seem to exercise people quite a lot because there's so many of them now. Does the impact looking down from where Parkhill, where Councillor Billings referred to, if the roof lights are reduced, is that going to materially reduce the impact of them? And I'm not quite sure how many of the roof lights we are asking them to actually reduce. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so the roof lights to be reduced in height as shown in the detail. I've got Okay, so this is the detail, the suggested detail. The left is as existing, the extension from the roof plane by 250 millimetres, and the right with only 150, so reduction by 100. This is for roof lights within the crown roof only, so that's the section of roof of the principal element, the most historic element out of the kind of three sections of the building, which you can see just here. So it's these 5 are to be reduced. The remaining ones just along the side here and down the bottom are to be retained as existing.
Thank you. Councillor Brooke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one clarification, if I may. This is a listed building application. I'm assuming a planning application will have to come in as well. One of the issues on a planning application, I expect my colleagues know, but just in case, is an issue of the minimum height of a habitable room to make it habitable. I understand it's around the 2.1 metre level, and I felt when I was in the rooms today, it's right on the cusp. So my question is, although it looks like 100 millimetres, but if they've gone a foot or 2 feet rather than 100 millimetres, that's to enable to get habitable space. Without that extra, they wouldn't get the planning permission for habitable space. Am I correct in that?
So there's a couple of things there. So listed buildings, there's certain exemptions from building regulations. Often that's to do with historic stairs, sometimes to do with access and egress for like fire control. Obviously, the historic elements of the building are also to be protected, but there are certain circumstances where the local authority building control will defer to the guidance of the council to see whether or not some fire doors might be acceptable, some might not. So there's fire protection ratings, things like that are kind of slightly flexible in a listed building, even though you don't want them to be. There is a degree of flexibility there, and in terms of internally, I would say that the presence of roof lights internally would maybe suggest that the space was accessible, at least to a reasonable extent. Otherwise, there'd be no need for a roof light in a space which you can't access or you need to crawl around in. So without any, we don't have the previous existing floor to ceiling heights in there, so we can't say 100% for sure. But yeah, hopefully that helps.
So what you're effectively saying is that there's exceptions, so the minimum height could be put at 1.8 metres, not 2.1. Is that?
I can't say exactly, but I know there are exceptions for listed buildings in certain situations. I don't personally. I haven't fact-checked this exact situation to see if this is one of those instances, but I know that for other things there are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Councillor Mandy Darling.
Thank you. That's just a quick one. Can I just take you back to the beginning when you said enforcement went in first and then... did the applicants come to you to ask you your advice and then you realised that they'd undertaken the work, or were you made aware of it by somebody reporting it? Just out of interest.
Yeah, so we were made aware. It's not something that, obviously that's kind of the process that was set out, that there was some complaints, enforcement inquiries, complaints, however you would like to describe them. We were made aware of the works. Enforcement officers went out, identified, that they need to stop, or that following that they should be submitting a pre-application inquiry to kind of understand with us what works they would need to do to end in a positive scheme. Otherwise, if they didn't want to do that, then there would be a time for any action. But while there's been this kind of positive and proactive relationship, working towards finding an acceptable scheme, and pushing back where necessary on details that weren't acceptable, that's kind of the process. So, yeah, to try and answer your question, yeah, we were made aware of them. Yeah.
But if you hadn't been made aware, and they weren't aware as a listed building that they had to do this, they could have just carried on then, maybe.
Hypothetically, yeah. I mean, we there's 900 listed buildings in Torbay. I'm not sure anybody has the time to go out and have a look inside and outside of every single one. So often for enforcement cases, we do rely on members of the public notifying us, and then where we're able to work kind of relatively quickly in a positive way to try and end in a positive result.
Thank you. Councillor Fox.
Given it wasn't the best of circumstances in that they were found out rather than they came to you, you then went into, as it were, stage 2, and you've been working with them for several months, would you say? Really,
longer, sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Well, my question is, firstly, how long have you worked with them? And secondly, how would you summarise the quality of the working relationship you've had with them?
I don't know for certain when the initial kind of inquiry or complaint was made, because that's for our enforcement team really. I might be pulled in at a later stage for follow-up site visits to understand the works and if any of them would be acceptable. If it's slightly harder to tell, it's easier to tell if a wall's knocked down, but if a window's been changed slightly, the detail, then that's slightly requires a bit more judgment, a bit more detail. Sorry, the second part.
It's really given that you now...
Sorry, was it quality?
It's really the quality of the working relationship you've had with them. Have you been satisfied with their degree of cooperation, or has it been a battle?
No, I would say in terms of the quality of the work that's been undertaken, I think we probably all saw today that it's very high standard. Where there was any damage, failing materials, they've been restored, reinstated using appropriate techniques. And for instance, skirting board has been replaced where there was loss of original. Everything's been made to match using the existing examples, and I would say we've worked kind of quite positively. There's obviously taken a long time to get there and to get to this point, but we've worked positively with the applicants at kind of all stages as much as possible, and they've been willing to accept our comments. And obviously, the proposed rectification works are kind of clear evidence of that they're willing to continue to do further works to get to an acceptable scheme, rather than have the application refused.
Thank you. Any further questions for the officers? Okay, well in that case we will ease into debate, and who would like to start the debate? Thank you. Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's deeply frustrating that we're in this situation, because it would be so much nicer to be considering a set of plans, looking at a proposal against a building that is as existing. And if nothing else, this meeting could have been an awful lot shorter, and we could have been dealing with facts, not best guesses about what's proposed, because we know with certainty that's how it is, that's what's proposed. And I would really highlight to other listed building owners, please don't put the authority in this position on a reoccurring basis. It is deeply unhelpful. That said, looking at particularly the elements that I think are the most important, and that's the impact on the street scene, whilst there's clearly an increase in the height of the roof, if we're separating the elements out, I don't feel it's 100 mil personally. I think it's a little bit higher, but I don't think that increase on the height of the flat roofed area is so substantive that, in my eyes, it would merit a refusal. I think there's a discussion to be had about the number of roof light windows, particularly given views from further up Parkhill Road looking down past the junction of Rock End Avenue. But trying to separate this out and looking at different issues, and we've talked about the height of the roof, and it was made by the representations from members of the community. Separating out the height of the flat roof per se, and as a starter for 10, whilst it's gone up, in my eyes, arguably a bit more than 100 mil, I don't find that hugely damaging. I say that doing the best I can, using the front door as a guide stick in historical imagery to the height of the roof. And so separating out the elements, I'd be interested if other members have a different view on that bit, and maybe breaking this down in different components might be a way of approaching this as a problem. That was my suggestion as a start for 10.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Councillor Brooke.
So, excuse me, looking at the objections, I noted, the picture of the triangular roof light, and that links to the height of the Crown Ridge. Just wondered if you could pull that up for me. So, Councillor Billings and I were pulling pictures together, you see, so that's what we were doing. And there was an angle one which, from the left-hand side, so I don't know directional, but you could clearly see it was more than 3 inches. So, but it wasn't 6 feet. So we got this, and looking at the pictures where we think we got the angle right, it's hard, isn't it? I would be, from looking at that and working things out, saying it's more like 1.5 feet. The gentleman who was speaking for had said, I can absolutely assure you I've no evidence, I've inspected it. Did we inspect and go up, or, I mean, they're saying one thing.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if I could respond in this section. So there is an access point near the stairs. There's a mirror over it at the moment, but I've been inside the eaves, and you can see that where there's kind of some small elements of where some structural timbers were failing, and they've been supported. They haven't been taken out or completely lost altogether, wholesale. They've been supported. So that's quite a sensitive approach, and there's no indication there because you can see the felt on the other side of the roof that's increasing that much.
Thank you very much. I think on this subject, I personally didn't think we were very lucky that we got the owners. We'd be lucky if we had the owners who did the right channel and did the application for listed planning in the first place. And they should know that. They're builders, they should know it. So all the particulars, the sale particulars, the surveyor saying it's a listed building. and I feel that the applicants have just gone roughshod over that, and they've got caught out, and then when they put things through, they've got caught out again. So as much as I do welcome the improvements, we've only got the improvements because they've been caught out. I find that a big problem. So I'm urging on the side of, I'm not comfortable with what they said, and therefore I'm looking at the pictures, so I'm going on the lines of what I've seen, pictures to say about 1.5 feet. Now, the question is, how harmful is that? Because at the end of the day, that's what we got to assess.
We'll just add on that section that a number of the works, which are positive, have already been carried out as well, just to kind of set that out there. So we're not catching them just, in the act. They've done a lot of positive works as well, which they're also seeking to retain. It's not just the rectification works.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to bring in Mr. You're happy to wait for the next question? Okay. Councillor Paignton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I think, we do have to be careful, not to get carried away with our own emotions, and we could kind of spend a lot of time lamenting about the process that got us here and listening to accusation and counter-accusation, and as a former chair of this committee, I know how, being put in that position is really unhelpful, especially when it's retrospective, but we do have to consider what is in front of us, and we have to accept the professional advice as a report. Otherwise, we mean nothing as a committee. We're not kind of backing what we're being told, and absolutely our officers are free from fear or favour. So what I want the debate to cover would be these particular elements. The ceiling lights and the height. That heritage harm, is it so much that it would mind us to refuse this, or actually we're thinking the heritage benefit exceeds that harm and therefore we should approve it? And that's what I'm kind of hoping to hear in this conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Paignton. Would you like to come in now?
So I was just echoing that point that you have got a set of plans, a set of proposed plans, and officers have been out. It's not subjective with photos and imagery. You've been on site. You've seen the impact of the works that have been carried out, and those plans are there to be determined. So just to clarify that, I'm sorry to echo, I didn't predict you were going to say that, but yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, most helpful. Councillor Darling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm quite saddened by this because actually, the most people of Torbay follow the rules, put in their planning application forms and go down the right tracks. This one went down and didn't go down that way, and as Councillor Brooks said, they got found out. But unfortunately, that's not what we've got to base our planning decision on today, is it? We've got to place it on the work and the works that have been done and the works that want to be done. But it is very difficult, and it's, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Darling. Councillor Fox.
I would just echo what Councillor Darling has said there. I think all of us want things to be done in the right way, but we're judging something in what its impact is and will be if we allow it. And that's what we have to concentrate our mind on, as uncomfortable as that may be.
Thank you very much. Moving over to Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Chair. I was noticing, so sort of like running through and trying to use the, I don't know, committee, what the best way of thinking this through is, but looking at some of the elements that we've discussed so far, we've discussed sort of habitable rooms inside, we've discussed sort of joinery to the external elevations, so sort of the fenestration and the timber windows, we've discussed the height of the roof, and we've discussed the skylights. I didn't hear when I was making the point I articulated earlier about the height of the roof. Whilst Councillor Brooke sort of pointed out that in his view it might have been higher than the figure I suggested, he would suggest, what if he's saying sort of like 1.5 feet, it's probably about 400 mil. Whether it's that, I don't know. To me, it feels a little bit more than 100. I'm not. If we focus on that element of that part of the flat roof, I'm not persuaded, whatever the height increase is, that it's necessarily harmful. And I sort of welcome comments around the committee to say that actually someone disagrees with me. Because if you do, it would be helpful, because I'd like to understand the opposing view. If it was 1.8 metres, as was articulated from the floor, and I think that's a reference to a different part of the building, where there's this infill between a wall and part of the area, that's obviously a different case. I just wondered what committee members felt of the skylights. To me, the cumulative effect was quite significant. Welcome other views. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Fox, would you like to respond?
I would agree with that, and I think there are clearly elements of harm, and those elements to a large extent have been pointed out by our officers, but it is a balance, and there are other aspects of improvement. And then there's a whole question of, slightly philosophical question, if you like, of what do you do with listed buildings? Do you keep them almost in aspic? This building has developed over more than a century, with significant changes as it's gone on to satisfy the demands of the occupants. And it's whether that, and also we've got climate crisis, for example. Buildings are going to have to sort of change yet again. So it's a balancing act that we've got to look at. And what I'm getting from members is that we're not happy with the way we've got to this position. Some of us are concerned about precedent, but I don't think we should be concerned about precedent at all, because every building is unique, especially every listed building is unique. And it's whether that balance on the whole is an acceptable one in planning terms. That's what we've got to concentrate our minds on.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. Councillor Tolshard.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Following on from the remarks made by my fellow councillors and Councillor Billings, Councillor Fox, I think we were all uncomfortable with having to look at something retrospectively, and we would all wish that it had been done in a different way. But there is a question of balance and reasonableness, I think, that since the work between the applicant and our officers has actually occurred, it's been done in a positive light. We looked quite extensively around the exterior and the interior of the building. Clearly what has been done there is of good quality. The applicants seem to be amenable to changing things which are still not acceptable. You know, on balance, although, as I say, we would all rather it had been done in a different way, we are where we are, as it were. I think it would, the amount of harm that we have seen today was not, did not really outweigh the fact that what has been done there and is being done and is planned is unreasonable. I think it will continue to be acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tolshard. Back to Councillor Brooks.
So looking at the skylights, colleagues, you know, I've gone from 1 to 5. You know, there's no two ways about it. Aesthetically, that is harmful, you know, when you look at it. Are we able to put a revised condition that there's some removal of some of the skylights so we limit that impact? So instead of an extra 4, there's 2. I mean,
that's your recommendation, then yes, we've established that there's harm. We've established that there's a way that we're working positively with the applicants to reduce the scale of those. But if you feel strongly that those are inappropriate, then there's another way to tackle that through that condition, I would say.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Councillor Paignton.
I mean, if colleagues, I'm just staring at the screen with those 4 harmful elements, I think we all are, and the skylights mentioned, I think that obviously is an option available to us in terms of conditioning some out, but I just would urge caution in that we're not kind of thinking, by doing this we're kind of appeasing a certain group of opinion or anything like that. If we are going to make those conditions, which we might feel is the right thing to do, I'd really need to be persuaded why they are so very harmful, and that we're not just arbitrarily taking 1 or 2 things out just to potentially make ourselves feel a bit better about this. I'm just saying what I'm feeling right now.
I should have clarified that point. So whilst the mechanics of that's there, you'd be really prescriptive about which ones, and then fully understand impact, and then there's knock-on effects of that, which you could delegate to officers, but in a decision. But just have to be really clear that it's much more nuanced than just let's take some out. We'd have to define which ones and why.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Instead, I do disagree somewhat with my colleague, Councillor Brooke. The skylights can't be seen from the road.
I would just counter that. You can see a number of them from the road.
But if they're going to be reduced,
they would be reduced. They'd be less prominent, but a number of them would still be visible.
but not as much as.
Certainly from Parkhill Road, if you're passing the site, you may not be able to see all of them maybe at one go. Just from perspective, they would be like foreshortened, or whichever way around it is, sorry, but they would be less prominent. So coming down the hill, in winter, times of less vegetation, where the roofscape is a bit more visible, you might be able to see them still. So yeah, I'll just add, just because they're reduced doesn't mean they're not gone altogether. They're still there.
All right. In saying that, then, by just taking out one or two, it's not going to make an awful lot of difference.
So the harm that's been identified is as a cumulative result, and that's the reason why we've acknowledged that there is harm to that with that element. So the cumulative is as much as you feel you need to give any weight to the cumulative impact. But yeah, any more than one is 2, 3. It's all cumulative, isn't it? It's all an additional visual impact. But it's just kind of understanding that level of harm and then weighing that against the rest, not just saying, 4 is less than 5, so that reduces it. The impact is still there.
Thank you. Councillor Billings.
I think, colleagues, it's a little bit difficult. When I first looked at this, to me, as you were coming down the hill, there's one skylight that appears on the right-hand side of the building near the front door as you see it, and then there's 3 that almost appear together as a group. And it's that group together that, to me, is a little bit more prominent. But equally, at the moment, they're 250 mil above the roof plane. And as part of the proposals, we're reducing them to 100. And so we're not really...
Sorry, I would just add 150. Reduced by 100 to 150. Okay. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. We're reducing them to 150. And so they'll be broadly, they'll be half the height that they are currently at the moment. And I just wonder whether actually, given the fact we're reducing the height of those, whether that's sufficient to allay the concerns. It's probably not desirable, but is it sufficient to think that this is problematic? And I suppose that's the question. And I'm on balance, I'm not 100% clear on that. I welcome what other members think.
Councillor Fox.
I'm just concerned about the way we're going on this. I think we're almost going into planning by numbers. And we've heard from our officers that although there is harm caused by this cumulative impact, that harm is insufficient to outweigh the officer's judgment on the overall impact of the scheme. And plus the fact that Councillor Billings is also drawing our attention to the reduction down by 100 millimetres. And I think those factors together, I don't see the need to start reducing the number of roof lights on this.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. We go next to Councillor Pentney and then Councillor Barbara Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of following on from Councillor Fox, I fear we're going about this in the wrong way. First of all, I think we need to ask if we feel that overall the cumulative heritage harm exceeds the benefit, then we can start asking about the questions as to whether there's something we can do to reduce that cumulative harm level to something we find acceptable. But actually, if we've come to a point of view where we think the cumulative harm doesn't outweigh the benefit, then we shouldn't be having that conversation. We should be moving to basically a certain position where we're putting something forward on the table, I think.
Yeah, I totally agree. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Considering there are only 4 out of the long list of the works that have been done, 4 that are harmful, the rest are enhancement, neutral, enhancement. What's been done has been done, and we all know that there has been some harm done to it. But looking at the property this morning, I think we were all in agreement. It's been very well done, both inside and out. And with that in mind, I'd like to propose approval as per officer recommendation, please.
Thank you very much. So we do have an approval on the table. I will come over to Councillor Tolshaw and Councillor Darling in just one moment, but just really asking if we have a seconder to that proposal. Councillor Fox, are you willing to second the proposal? Thank you. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. No, that's quite all right.
Yes.
Okay, it's just for our viewers as well, and then they'll be able to pick up on that. Thank you very much. Okay, so I will go to Councillor Tolshard and then Councillor Mandy Darling and to debate on, hopefully, the proposals on the table. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I sort of put my hand up before Councillor Lewis made the proposal, but that's fine. No, absolutely. No, I mean, just the point I was going to make was we can go through this with a fine-tooth comb, picking out various modifications that perhaps we might like to see for whatever reason. But I feel that on balance, as Councillor Lewis said, you know, the harm is outweighed by the positive things that have been done, and I think we're now at a stage where we need to look at it in a positive light. So thank you.
Thank you, I totally agree. Councillor Darling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As this is on the table now, I just want to say that one of the recommendations is that they do the work within 24 months. And I have mentioned this already this evening. I just wondered whether we could bring that down to try and, you know, so they can show some real commitment to the work that they're doing. Didn't know whether you thought there was any mileage in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that achievable, do you think?
I would say I've just I've got a slide with the conditions on, which might be helpful, and then you can just have a look at those. So there we go, number 3, just there, for the schedule of works. So initially we'd be asking within 6 months, we want to receive the details, the schedule of works, and a time frame in which those works would be carried out, and then we would agree the time frame within that, within the realms of the condition.
Okay, thank you. Are you happy with that, Councillor Darling?
6 months, is that normal? That seems quite a long time, but is it? I mean, I'm not feeling.
Well, there's got, as I did try to say earlier, that you have to try and negotiate all of the various elements and try and establish a lead time for each one. So that could be contacting, if we want to expedient, you know, if we want it done quickly, you might have to contact 4 or 5, 6, get quotes. You know, there's multiple kind of iterations of the process to go through. So initially 6 months to submit something, to us is normally relatively standard. In most cases, just to allow people to engage with the necessary contractors, provide the drawings, and there's a number of items there, so it does take some getting to.
Guarantee that this work will then be done, is there?
Sorry, yeah, that's what the condition is for. That controls if we don't receive the information within 6 months, they're in breach of condition. So then we need to contact them, and there maybe have to be a variation, but that it's a separate kind of thing. So the 6 months is really the deadline for us to get all the information we need from them and the time frame of when they're going to carry it out.
Thanks, Mr.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that just to reiterate, that is actually what conditions are for, is to make sure that these works do get carried out. I'll go to Mr. Blackwell, and then I will go to Councillor Paignton, and I think we've kind of exhausted our debate this afternoon, and I feel that we are kind of debating on some of the same things and repeating, so then I think we will go to the vote shortly after that. Thank you.
We need to act reasonably here, which I think we are. Setting those dates gives the right amount of time. It's a long-term thing, isn't it, really? This property's been there for an enormous amount of time. We managed the change to those as a heritage asset, and we want to get those details right. So we need to give them adequate, reasonable time, and we think that's a fair amount of time as officers.
Thank you. Councillor Paignton, I will let you have the last word. Thank you.
I love having the last word. I'm just saying, I think in this case, to kind of allay Councillor Councillor Zolling's concerns, I think expediency is something clearly this developer's got no issue with, given they've gone ahead and done stuff pre-consent. So I would have confidence that what's already conditioned in the report would be sufficient to get things moved in a timely fashion.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we will actually move to the vote now, if all are agreed. So all in favour? Unanimous. And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. So that application is approved. I just would like to thank you all for attending today's planning committee meeting. I now close the meeting, and I look forward to seeing you at the next meeting and wish you all a safe journey home. Thank you.